snooker fans all around the world.
We are here for the battle on the bays.
Quite simply, superb.
It's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. What a shot that is.
He's got the hot shots all to himself. The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class. And that's a shot that again will live long in the memory.
Welcome back to Leicester. Mercifully not too snow covered this morning. We're at the Mattioli Arena again, of course, for Group 4 of the BetVictor Championship League, the last day of this current block of the event. So we'll have our fourth player through to the winners group tonight, and it's going to take some sorting out this table because there's only 1 point between the 7 players. We've got 5 players on 2 points. Selt, the maximum man last night, of course, Neil Robertson, Kyren Wilson, Xintong and Zhao Guodong. 1 point apiece, Gary Wilson and Ben Woollaston. So it really is true that every frame is going to count today. Of course, it's all about finishing in the top 4, getting into the playoffs later. We kick off with a double-header, Neil Robertson, firstly against the world champion, Xintong, then Zhao Guodong. Table 2, we start right now with Kyren Wilson and Matthew Selt. So we'll follow the twists and turns, but as I say, it's very, very tight all the way down. What we can say, of course, is whoever wins this match will go to 3 points, and the same with Wilson Selt. So we will have 2 players after the first 2 matches on 3 points. Xintong didn't take long last night, did he, to win his last match against Ben Woollaston 3-1. Neil Robertson had previously beaten Kyren Wilson 3-2 in that session. In fact, all of Robertson's matches have gone the distance. He's won 2 of them. So, as I say, it's very tight, this group, but I guess we expected that with the quality of the players. These 2 have actually, funnily enough, only played twice, and one of them was this season in the final of the very lucrative Riyadh Season Championship. Xintong won that one 5-2, picked up the £250,000 first prize. But Dominic, it is all on the line today.
It is, yeah, with 5 players on 2 points. Goodness knows how this group will finally unravel. It's very easy to have a poor start and make a few mistakes, lose a couple of matches, and all of a sudden you're staring at 5th or 6th place in the group rather than 1st or 2nd. Neil felt cue ball just rebounded a little on the straight and far side there, which has meant this red is on. Not quite, these middle pockets are very nippy, aren't they? Neil can attempt this red into the yellow pocket, but those 2 reds near the right corner there to the right of the pack could be left potable if he's not careful. Must be borne in mind as well as several of these players in the Masters, which begins on Sunday. They'll be regarding this as one final day of serious match practice to fine-tune their game ahead of the Masters, so they'll be taking it very seriously today, I can promise you. It may not be a ranking event, but it's still prestigious.
Yeah, and I think it's particularly true when the top players play each other, because, you know, they're almost guaranteed to be meeting again in tournaments this season. For Xintong yesterday, it was a case of sort of bursts of brilliance, wasn't it? He played sensationally well at times, at other times not so much, but that's kind of him. He's not the most consistent player, but when he turns it on, there's a few better sights. And he did win his last 2 matches. He lost his first 2 in the afternoon, or the morning I should say, and won his second 2 in the afternoon session. Neil Robertson, as I say, lost 1, but he's got the 2 frames from that match in his favour, so if he can win this match, Robertson, I would say, with the frames as well, he's looking good.
How often do you see Neil Robertson refusing a long pot like that? Rarely, I'd have to say. Sometimes he will during the course of the match if it's not going well. He's a few frames behind, but the same of the day, I'm surprised. Well, if Neil plays a safety shot off the 3 reds just below the black spot, he could chip one across to bring the black into play, but he's choosing another option. He certainly didn't play that, but he'll take it. Trying to play a very faint edge off another red. Came off the top cushion, just skimmed one. It's not bad because this left-hand side of the table is completely blocked off. And at first glance, there isn't a path back to bulk unless Neil were to play incredibly thinly off one of these reds to the right of the black.
You can understand Robertson's wariness of leaving any sort of long-range pot on for Xintong, but equally Robertson, when he's successful, he's playing the attacking game himself. So it's a balancing act, as always.
Well, if the yellow is blocking off the 3 reds just below the black spot in a line there, then Neil has a bit of a problem here. There won't be a path back to bulk, not at all. So he may consider taking one on, but there's no escape for the cue ball, that's the issue. And there's no chance of getting on a colour, so that's why he's playing this as O-snookered. Has he got the line wrong? He has. He's left a red on.
One.
I know it could be said that Xiao Xintong hasn't had quite the results that being world champion he'd like to have, but he looks just the same as he did when he won the World Championships. And let's not forget, he had to come through 4 qualifying rounds before even reaching the Crucible, and then to lift the title at the Crucible as well on top of all that was absolutely incredible. It doesn't show a lot of emotion. I don't think he puts too much pressure on himself. The pressure's already there anyway. He just needs to do what he does, like he's doing now, and I'm sure results will come his way. It's the only way forward, really, is to just stick to your method.
Yeah, I think one of the cornerstones to his success is just the sort of general nonchalance he has. Because, of course, he was suspended, as we know. He had to start again. He had to go to snooker clubs to play in the Q Tour, having been UK champion. Suddenly he's turning up at snooker clubs, starting the preliminary rounds of those Q Tour events. For a lot of people, that would have been very, very difficult to handle. Not for him. He just took it all in his stride, knocking in 147s and won every one of those events bar one.
16.
As if, you know, it just didn't matter. He was just playing snooker. Same with those qualifiers. And it seemed 17. The same with the matches at the Crucible.
Yeah, the other thing I really like about Xiao Xintong, which I think is a great compliment to him, he plays the game rather like Mark Williams. He doesn't push the boat out, he doesn't play a lot of shots with excessive power. He simplifies the game, which is a great thing to do because it's complicated enough.
23. $28. 29. 34.
A little
35.
too much backspin there, not enough stun, but he's still okay. He's far enough away from the side cushion. He's high on the blue. He'll probably play now for the red just above the black spot.
$40. 41.
Here's another thing I'll say about Xiao Xintong that's probably not easy to perceive, and that is that whoever he plays, be it the world #1 or somebody ranked 50 in the world, he plays the same way. His standard of play is the same. He doesn't seem to be perturbed by
46.
playing, one of the game's greats or somebody much lower down the rankings. He just does his thing, and that's very difficult to do. It's something you're more born with, I think.
47.
Yeah, he's one of those players. I don't think he analyses anything. He doesn't sort of look at his cue. Actually, just plays, and what a wonderful way to be, because there's so much that can mess with your head in this game. Even great players like Mark Selby would be an example. One of the all-time greats, but he's always sort of questioning what he's
52.
doing. Is he doing it right? Asking for advice. Xiao Xintong just comes to the table and tries to pop balls. And if you can keep it that simple, you'll enjoy it, won't you? And he's enjoying this frame so far because he's nearly won it. He needs another red after the pink.
$59.
Only just potted it, but it's gone
60.
in. And it's a fine start. As I say, lost his first 2 matches yesterday, but won the second 2. And remember, the winner of this match will get to 3 points in the table. So we'll be looking good already to
66.
qualify such a tight table.
$67. $73. 74.
Not sure he's quite high enough to
81.
trundle that red along the cushion. He may have to try and plant one red onto the other.
And didn't he do it well?
82.
Fantastic. So looking good for his 3rd century of the group.
$89.
Just a very easy style he's got. And of course, the game
90.
isn't easy in actuality. Far from it. had 68 centuries
97.
in the Championship League, but number 69 on the way for sure now.
99.
Xiao Xintong's 33rd this season. And as ever, it just made it look ridiculously easy. Just all very nice, isn't it?
102. 106. 111. 117.
Well, typically Xiao Xintong, delightful clearance of 124, and in fine style he wins the first frame of the day. So after a slow start yesterday, clearly means business here on day 2. He's got to play another couple of matches. Sorry, one more match after this. It's Selt on table 2 later. Robertson, of course, stays on to play Zhao Guodong and then Woollaston.
So many great players in this group. You can't put all of them on table 1 all the time. Some of them are going to have to play the odd match on the other table. Here is what's going on table 2. Selt in action against Kyren Wilson, the world number 2. And it's Selt who started the better, having won the first frame.
Yeah, and congratulations to Matt on his maximum. I was just talking to him upstairs about it, and he said he felt completely calm until the black. He said when I got to the last black I couldn't see because it had been a long ambition, of course, for him to make the maximum in competition. But he said because he went before Christmas to Scotland to practice with John Higgins. He lives in Dubai, so he's also been practicing with Ronnie O'Sullivan and Judd Trump out there. And he said he made maximums against all 3 of them in the last month or so. So that's quite a hat trick. So, you know, his game maybe turning around. He got to the semi-finals of the Scottish Open as well. Chris Wakeling beat him there in Edinburgh. Playing good stuff here. Meanwhile, Neil Robertson to break in frame 2. Remember, the table 2 is live on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. This is the last day of the first block. We'll be back on January the 19th for groups 5, 6 and 7, and then the middle of February for the winners group. Tom Ford, Elliot Slessor and Sir Joel Wade, the 3 players so far qualified. 4 more spaces to be found, the first of course this evening.
And Neil played a very cagey first frame. He had a couple of opportunities to go for long ones and refused them and played safeties. And sometimes, if you're somebody like Neil Robertson, if I were playing Neil Robertson, the thing I'd fear most is his ability to pop balls from anywhere and score heavily. And I'd be very pleased to see him refusing long pots and playing a lot more safety, because there are so many players on the tour that could easily be the equal of Neil Robertson in the tactical side of the game. But it's his potting and break building they'd fear, and I don't think he does himself any favours by refusing long pots when he has the opportunity to take them on. That was a clever shot, playing the red into the blue to use the blue as a stopper, so he knew where that red would finish. And he used the green to block it off, and Neil has a problem now with that red near bulk. It's not going to be easy to hide. Now he could take a red on here to hold for the black. I don't think he'd do a lot of damage. No, another safety. He seems to have come out with a definite game plan here ahead of this match.
just on Matt Selt in that first frame. He actually made a 1-3-3, so he's keeping up the good form from last night. So we've had centuries in first frames on both tables. In fact, Selt, he'd only had 3 centuries all season before coming here. He's had 5 already here in a day and a bit.
I wonder if Neil would consider playing a cross double on the red near the right side cushion. I'm only saying that because he seems to be looking at it, but to me there's no value in it because it's very risky. So he must be playing a safety from it instead. Oh, I'd be happy with that. That cannon on the green has actually worked out nicely. It's blocking the 2 reds that would have been potable otherwise. That's a mistake from Xiao Xintong. The red below the pink will pop to the centre pocket. Neil can screw back off the side of the pack for probably the pink into the very same pocket. Black's on as well. Has a choice of both.
Mine. $16. 17. $24.
Well, that's developed the reds absolutely beautifully for Neil, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if we didn't see a second consecutive century here.
Yeah, Robertson had a couple yesterday. He won 2 deciders against the Wilsons, Gary and Kyren. In between, Matt Selt beat him in a decider. Ooh, but that black has stayed out. Well, that's a big chance missed.
25.
And he might not get another one.
Not easy for the referee here to see if a foul is committed. absolutely fine. Sometimes a cue can just brush against the ball you're cueing over.
1. Eight. Nine. Sixteen. 17.
'So many good things about the technique of Xiao Xintong, but I love the speed at which he walks around the table. It's all very measured and it's in complete harmony with the speed he gets down on the shot. And also cues at as well.
24.
It's just all in sync.
$30. 31. 38. 39.
Good angle now on the black to come off the side cushion and play for the two reds below the yellow, which will go into multiple pockets.
$46. 47.
He could avoid needing either of the two awkward reds together near his hand. He'd have to take very high value colours with the other two reds, and I don't think that's any chance of that really. It's unlikely.
53.
So he may roll through for the blue here. He could play for the yellow. Oh, he was high side on the red, so that's handy.
54.
But getting on to his next red now won't be easy unless he plays for it into the yellow pocket. Well, he was unlucky there. You could see the cue ball just lift off the bed of the table on contact with the pink, so that was a poor contact, and it just threw the cue ball wide. I think he'd have been on the red without the kick.
Robertson 60.
If Neil cuts this red in, he needs to be careful of veering off into the right-hand black pocket here. Oh, no problem. Oh, he's played a beauty here.
1.
Very unlucky not to have the perfect angle on the black to disturb the reds.
Yeah, just couldn't quite get into them. Just to say, Matt Selt's had another century, so that's 2 in 2 frames. 2-0.
Robertson 8.
Well, I wouldn't be playing the red near the cushion because Robertson needs that in addition to most of the other balls to win this frame. But he's got a chance here in playing this red to knock the pink safe as well. I don't like that shot because that's just a basic containing safety, and Neil now has the opportunity to put Xiao Xintong in trouble. And it may not be a snooker, but in some ways that's just as good from Neil's point of view. Because Xiao Xintong can't see the red below the pink, that's in open play. He's got to bring this awkward one into play now, and if he makes a mistake, Neil Robertson can quite easily clear up to win.
And it's certainly a more open frame now, which of course favours the man trailing. Blue may be an issue down the line. We'll see if he gets that far.
What? Robertson 1.
I don't think Neil should be pleased with that. He's given access to this left-hand side cushion, so the escape here is easier than it could have been.
One miss. Robertson 4. Miss Robertson 4.
These are very useful points for Neil Robertson. I wonder how many players, though, would play the shot the way Xiao Xintong is with this much pace. So many players would be happy just to try and roll up to the red, because if you get the pace right, you can't leave the red on. But no matter what Xiao does here with this amount of pace, he won't have any idea where these two balls will finish if he hits the red. Has left a chance. multiple options here. You could play the red over towards the blue, use the yellow, green and brown as snookering balls. You could play the red into the yellow, get the cue ball behind the black. Very caught, that's all wrong.
One.
Well, on another day, the cannon comes off, doesn't it? And he's on one and he wins the frame.
And now he's faced with the agony of choice. Does he tap him behind the brown, or does he bring the blue into play and play a good safety? Problem is, if he plays off the blue, it's risky to try and get the cue ball down behind the black, because if he doesn't, the yellow's potable.
Robertson 1.
Tell how much of this yellow Neil's able to hit. He could cut it in, but the cue ball probably cannon the black, and it wouldn't be far away from the left corner if he did. It's a risk to play such a basic safety. You could be in trouble the next time. You have to come to the table. He's lucky he can see this yellow. There's another problem here, Neil. Lots of distance between the balls. The problem is, though, if he does play the cue ball into bulk and doesn't get a snooker behind green or brown, he could easily leave a pot on the yellow. That's the problem. So once again, a basic containing safety. But that's a better one. bit unlucky there, Neil. This yellow is very potable and the pink is almost a bit of a guide. Yellow, green and brown needed. That was just an exhibition of beautiful cueing there from Neil. Fabulously timed. Now he's on the green with an angle to get onto the brown, but it's a tricky pot. Oh, well done. He's played to get the blue out as well. So because of that, he's not perfectly on the brown, but I think he'll be happy.
It's a terrific shot, wasn't it? Because the green, as you say, was hard enough without the extra complication of playing the cannon. He was looking good early in the frame. He missed that black on 25 out of nowhere off the spot. And he's been playing catch-up ever since, but he has the chance here.
Nine.
Black won't be a problem if you can get the cue ball close to it. So blue to pink is key here.
14.
That's not bad. He can play a slow drag shot through over the black spot towards his top cushion.
So it all comes down to this. Final black, Neil Robertson to level at 1 each. Very coolly done by the Australian,
Neil Robertson,
who levels this match, as I say, and a very different frame to so many of the ones we've seen in one visit, but great frame to win from behind. He was second favourite a lot of the way there, but he made the little clearance, and we're all square. That's Selt, 2-0 up. He's had breaks of 133 and 121 against Kyren Wilson. Just a reminder, or if you're just tuning in for the first time, the players coming in today were separated by just a single point. We had 5 players on 2 points, including the 4 players we're watching here: Xintong, Robertson, Selt and Wilson. Zhao Guodong, the other player. Gary Wilson and Ben Woollaston 1 each. Gary Wilson, it must be said, has played 4 matches as opposed to 3, so he will definitely need to win his last 2 to stand any chance, but really it is all wide open still as to who's going to qualify. 5th place, of course, you earn a place back in Group 5. 6 and 7 are relegated.
Yeah, Gary Wilson, 1 match won from 4 played, but the 3 he's lost have all been by 3-2. So in terms of the frames won statistic, he's right up there with some of the table toppers. Yeah,
it's a good point. So if he could win his last 2, you know, he really would be looking good. Anyway, you can look at that table for hours and find different things to see. Let's just get on with the snooker. This is frame 3, 1 each between Xiao Xintong and Neil Robertson.
Neil liked that, didn't he? Could hear him sigh with disbelief that he'd missed the red. He thought it was in the moment he struck the cue ball. So chance early on in this 3rd frame for Zhao Xintong. It's a good chance as well.
Six. Seven.
Could play a delicate cannon on the red closest to the cue ball here to hold for red into the same pocket. He'll be on the one near the left corner anyway, no matter what. But seems to have played for it.
14. $22.
Well, he certainly has an angle here to go into the reds. Oh, it nearly worked out really well. That red that came out of the pack just cannoned the cue ball and it stopped it dead. But it does cut in, this red, strangely enough, to the centre pocket. It's very thin though.
$31.
Well, if the pink doesn't pot, he can play the cue ball, plain ball here off the blue, and he'll be on a red to the right corner. Played into the corner pocket. My goodness, I wasn't expecting that. That's a mistake. Could be costly.
One.
Well, Xintong, of course, century in the first. Made the running in the second after Robertson missed that black. Could easily have been 2-0. Had a chance there, in theory, then for 3-0, but in reality, could end up 2-1 down. However, said that though, Robertson misses that red, so we expect a lot, don't we? Because the standard we've seen,
Robertson 8.
you're kind of surprised when there's any missed balls, but there's going to be. Doesn't look like he's left Xintong in though. It's not the best safety really. Didn't get the cue ball to the ball cushion.
Chance of a plant, perhaps? No, you could just see enough of that red anyway. Taking on a pot here is risky. These reds are fanned out across the table very nicely.
So, Neil Robertson with another chance. This was the pocket he just missed to, though, this left middle.
One.
As we know, he faces Ronnie O'Sullivan at the Masters next Wednesday evening. It'll be a great occasion. Of course, most people who bought tickets did so months ago, maybe a year ago, so you wouldn't know at that point who you're going to be seeing. So when you find out it's Robertson O'Sullivan, then that really makes it a great decision to book early. Of course, it'll all be great matches. It's the top 16, but that one really stands out.
Nine.
You won't be happy with that. That cue ball
16.
is a little closer to the cushion than you wanted it to be. No problem though.
17.
Perhaps a touch straight on the black, so you may well play for one of the two reds now near the right centre.
$24. 25. $31. 32.
Just one more easy red to play for before the work really begins. This more potable red near the right side cushion won't favour Neil Robertson because of course he's left-handed.
39.
I think he's too straight on the black. He must consider the pink now.
Robertson, 39.
Well, there's Matt Selt with a chance on table 2 to win 3-0. Trailing in this frame as Xintong misses that red. What a shot he's played here, Selt, to get on the green. So, make him favourite now in that frame. Does seem to play well in the Championship League, Matt Selt. He had those 23 centuries, didn't he, a couple of years ago, and just seems to score well. Anyway, we'll let you know how that resolves itself. But Robertson back at the table here.
He didn't intend to cannon the blue in potting that red. he's finished quite nicely on the brown to come down for this red near the right side cushion. Don't know about the angle on the pink, that might be okay as well. Being left-handed, this red is better for Neil, but he's overrun it, so he'll have to play it with the rest anyway.
7.
Selt has done the business on table 2, won that frame on the pink. So 3-0 to Matt Selt against Kyren Wilson. That's a terrific pot from Robertson with the rest.
8.
So this pink to lead by 30 with 35 on. He needs the last red as well. It was noticeable yesterday the frame Zhao Guodong was winning. He was winning with big breaks. He wasn't winning the scrappier frames. And he hasn't done so in this match either. As that red goes in, he needs snookers.
15. Robertson 15.
Well, yeah, I think he's going to concede. Indeed he does. As I say, the more disjointed frames, he doesn't seem to win so often. But of course he's capable of stepping in and making a frame-winning break. So he led 1-0. He's had chances in the last two, Zhao Guodong, but it is Neil Robertson who leads 2-1. Just to confirm the result on table 2, 3-0 to Matt Selt. Couple of centuries there, 1-3-3, 1-2-2, sorry, 1-2-1, and also that clearance that he just completed to the pink. So he's the first player up to 3 points. And the next match in a few minutes' time there, Gary Wilson, Ben Woollaston. You can watch that, of course, on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. But Matt Selt, the first player to 3 points. He's only got one more match to play, and that's against Xiao Xintong. So obviously the most he can get to is 4, but that would qualify him for the playoffs. Clearly whoever wins this match between Robertson and Xintong is also going to move up to 3. And indeed Neil Robertson, if he could then beat Zhao Guodong, would be on 4, and basically he'd be in the playoffs as well. But it's all ifs and buts at the moment. The table overnight very tight, just 1 point between all 7 players.
Been an interesting match from Neil Robertson's point of view. He's certainly tempered his usual flair and played a more solid all-round game here, and it's working.
Fourth frame, Neil Robertson to play.
Yeah, it has worked, and he hopes it'll work for one more frame, get this point on the board. Just feel when balls go a little scrappy on cushions and, you know, there's a little safety battle, you would fancy Robertson over the two of them. Zhao Guodong, though, at any point can knock a ball in and make a frame-winning break. That's why he's so dangerous. Such as that one.
1.
Well, there wasn't much wrong with the shot from Neil Robertson. I mean, just have to applaud a great long red like this, because it's very risky the way he played it. Then goes the black, so he's in first here. Little bit of pressure on him though, 2-1 behind. It's always nice to start the day with a victory rather than a defeat. That goes without saying.
$16. 17. 25.
Had a chance of a 147 yesterday on this table 1, just moments after Matt Selt has managed the feat over on the other table.
$32. $33.
What's he played for there?
40.
It's a thin cut back, this red. Goodness me. Well, I think it's fair to say fully committed to it.
Yes, I think that is fair to say. This is why he's just so entertaining. You know, he's just capable of getting in and killing these frames off, but needs to take care here because he has opened the reds now, so they're waiting for Robertson if he misses this green with the rest. So we're kind of seeing the pattern really with Zhao Xintong in this tournament. The frames he's winning really stylishly with big breaks.
44.
The frames he's losing tend to be a bit more fragmented.
$52. $53. $60.
Oh, that was a very fast bounce off the side cushion, but he's okay.
61.
I'll go back to something I said yesterday. At the end of these frames, the players are always picking out the balls from the pockets and
68.
throwing them down the table. And of course, you've got sweaty hands. You're only increasing the likelihood of a kick, and we've seen a few.
69.
Just when the frame
69.
looked doubly safe, he is safe. There are 67 points remaining, and Zhao Xintong has a lead of 69, but there's still life in this frame yet.
Yeah, I mean, A, he's not won it yet, but B, that could have put 15 minutes on it for no reason really. Just make sure, you know, the pressure was off. It won the frame effectively, but just one snooker required.
One.
Still one with the pink as long as he takes blacks from here on in.
7.
Well, I think he's got to drop the red in near the middle pocket there and run through for the black plate with the rest, get that back on its spot, because what Neil will want to do is to, well, even possibly pot all reds with blacks from here and get the snooker on the yellow.
8.
Sometimes if you need 2, maybe 3 snookers, he'll leave 1 red on the table to try and get a free ball, but that's not necessary here. There's just 1 snooker's required. But he's played the pink, so now it's 1 snooker to tie.
$14.
Did he miscount there?
Quite possibly.
$15.
And now he's missed the black and has conceded. So Zhao Xintong in the end had made a frame winning break. He just didn't quite kill the frame off as clinically as he would like, but the bottom line is it is 2-2, and this is Neil Robertson's 4th match in the group and the 4th one that has gone to a deciding frame finish. He's won 2 of the previous 3, of course. Zhao Xintong, it's his 3rd decider. He lost to Kyren Wilson, beat Gary Wilson 3-2. I think in this group, of all groups, we kind of expect these close matches, and it's not been a slow match by any means. Table 2, they're underway there. Gary Wilson and Ben Woollaston. Of course, Ben was at a late call-up with some of the withdrawals. He's on 1 point overnight, as is Wilson, so whoever loses this is in trouble. Although this is Ben Woollaston's 4th match, it's Wilson's 5th, so Woollaston's got a little bit more wriggle room. Say that, he's got to play Neil Robertson and Kyren Wilson.
He's clearly on a colour here, Ben, and snookered, but I'm just wondering if you can see the black full ball, if you can. He's only really got 2 goes at escaping from this snooker before he'll be warned. I think he can see the black full ball. Anyway, we'll leave them to their own devices. Play on table 2, of course, is always available for you via our Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel.
So 2-2. Neil Robertson and Zhao Xintong. Whoever wins this frame takes the point and indeed goes to 3 points in the table, joining Matt Selt.
Had that black been available, Neil could be tempted to take this red on. It might be available, but he'd have to leave himself low on it. Well, he made a little bit of a mess of that, Neil, but the red he's played has actually turned to a possible position here for Zhao Xintong.
Interestingly, Robertson's highest break in this match is just 39, so he hasn't really found his scoring boots, even though we're at a decider.
What?
Played that nicely.
6.
The black's available, but it wouldn't be right to play for it because of the red near the black spot, which would tie it up. So Zhao Xintong would love to try and remove that
7.
red away from the black spot because it clearly pots into the left corner. He's a little straight on the blue. We can run through for red to the same corner pocket to have another go at getting high on the blue.
13.
This time he's overscrewed it, but he has a good angle to work with on the yellow. Can he play for that red near the black from here? Too pacey.
$15.
Can he hold for the black by dropping it in? Oh, he could. He was okay. Played it beautifully.
$23. 24. $31. $32.
Yeah, clearly gone wrong. I didn't really agree with the way he played the black to screw through the reds there, because he was always going to leave himself low on that red to the left corner. He had to force through the pack again there, the position on the pink or the black, and it clearly hasn't worked out.
Xintong, 32.
He's really brought all those reds into play very nicely now. Even though Zhao Guodong has a 32 points advantage, means nothing really when the reds are split apart like this. And that's a great safety, because the green is blocking this left-hand side of the table, which of course isn't congested at all. But the right-hand side of the table certainly is. I beg your pardon, it's the other way around. The left-hand side of the table is very congested. It's the right-hand side that's been blocked off here. So Zhao Guodong needs to be very careful with this safety. He could take a long one on, but there's nothing easy to attempt here.
Well, as I mentioned, his eyes break just 39 in the match, so what a time this would be to improve on that and try and get the point from this contest.
Four. Five. Ten.
Be ideal to play for the pink here to the right centre. Get that back on its spot. You could just hold the cue ball for a choice of probably 3 reds.
$11. $17. $18. $25. $26. $33. $34.
This is a deciding frame that could end up being very close. Neil has the advantage, but with those 2 remaining reds in awkward positions, it's not particularly likely he'll go on to win frame and match at this opportunity.
$42. $48.
You won't be happy with that positional shot being left-handed. You shouldn't really have to be playing this red with the rest. And it limits what he can do positionally. With his hand on the table, could have played for multiple colours. I think he'll be just focusing on pink or black now. Not a good angle on the black, but if he wanted to leave a double on the last red, he's perfectly on it. Oh, he's considering trying to bring the red into play, but I can promise you some of the wily old snooker players on the tour, people like, you know, your Ronnie O'Sullivans, your Mark Williams in particular, wouldn't hesitate in leaving a double on this red. Higgins another, Mark Selby. They'd all be leaving a double on this red, I'm pretty certain of it.
Six. Yeah, Robertson, 56.
Robertson's highest break then, 56, 24 the lead, 35 on. He didn't quite cover this red. And of course there's nothing safe, so this is anyone still.
Yeah, absolutely. And Xintong's played a good shot there, you know. It's not going to be easy to get red and cue ball safe. I had to focus on the red, which is cannon the blue. Xintong will be pleased that it hasn't found a cushion somewhere. He could take this on, he could play for the blue. If he can knock it in, frame a match will be at his mercy. In a situation like that, I would not want to see the cue ball finish in the middle of the table like this. You really are asking for trouble.
Well, that was proper heart in mouth time, wasn't it? Because they could have finished anywhere, frankly.
But I make Zhao Xintong favourite for this deciding frame now, because he has his ascendancy in this safety exchange, and Neil's going to be on the back foot for a little while, I think. Until then, what a dreadful mistake to make.
Well, I did make the point earlier, he just doesn't seem to win many of these sort of frames, Zhao Xintong. It seems he has to get in and kill them off clinically. If it goes fragmented, just doesn't seem to be as adept at some of the other players at winning them. So he should have had Robertson in trouble. Now he's in trouble himself, snookered on the last red, 24 behind. Cannot afford to leave it on, otherwise it's over. Well, once again, hard in mouth time, but the red has run past the middle.
And again, it's finished very handily for Zhao Xintong. Again, you can't get cue ball and red safe from here. You've got to focus on one and not the other, really. But if the red ball is safe, that being the object ball, then the shot's safe. You can't leave a pot on for your opponent if the red is safe.
how many kisses do you want to get the red save? It's worked out nicely, but my word, it was more luck than judgment.
Well, cue ball and red are lined up beautifully for a double, but I'm not sure Zhao Xintong will play it. He has. Oh, that's the worst possible kiss from red to brown. Huge chance now for Neil Robertson to seal victory in this first match of the day. Just needs pretty much any colour from this red.
Yeah, fair enough. Zhao Xintong went for broke, but didn't work out. Neil Robertson has not taken advantage. Wow. Like you say, Dom, just red and colour required, but you'll be concerned now. Everything's there. Is it going to reach the middle? Not quite. A couple of unexpected misses, though, from both players.
This red's thin. It's a fairly easy pot. Just don't cannon a colour and go in off or something like that, because any colour really will do, barring the yellow.
One.
Well, any colour barring the yellow is not really on a colour. The green's a thin cut to the left centre. The blue is cuttable. Well, that's thin. Looking at the score, he's finished a little bit in no man's land here. Green is onto the yellow pocket, but there's nothing straightforward.
Well, he'll take that. 28 in front, 27 on. It looks like he's sort of hauled himself over the line. It's not been vintage Neil Robertson by any means, but win's a win if he can hold on here. And as I say, he'll move up to 3 points, one off the top. Matt Selt has won more frames. So you put it down to battling performance. He had a bit of help. Zhao Xintong, he had the chance on the last red. He had other chances before that. It seems when these frames go a bit scrappy, he's just not as adept as some of the others. When it comes to scoring, he's as good as anybody.
Yeah, Robertson 6.
Well, he needs two snookers. If you were to pot green, brown and blue, and one to tie. Well, actually, if he pots green, brown and blue, one to win. So he's not out of this frame yet. Oh, the line's good. How's the pace? Oh, just short.
No, Xintong 6, 3.
Yeah, good brown, and there's the handshake. So, yeah, as I say, a battling win for Neil Robertson. It wasn't big breaks from him. He's highest 56, but he's got the 3 points, and he needs, you would think, one more to book his place in the playoffs. Just having a little look at maybe how the table's running. Maybe he just feels it's slightly drifting. Anyway, he's won 3-2, and he stays on to play Zhao Guodong next.
Joshua Filler with an absolute dominating win. Moritz Neuhausen is your new Premier League pool winner.
Elisha Sharp makes the ultimate statement.
What a journey Paulo Biondo he's made to the pinnacle of a sport.
Elisha Sharp has completed a terrific transatlantic double.
He didn't want to jump on the table in Florida, but he can't resist this time.
Aloysius, you are a superstar.
The breakthrough has come for Piers Lamutus.
Team Asia, they've won the Reyes Cup again.
David Alcade, it's your turn again, buddy.
Can you believe it? An absolute nightmare for Tyler Steyer. Europe have won the Moscone Cup.
I'm Barry Hearn, president of Matchroom Sport.
Talk to me. I'm Eddie Hearn, the chairman of Matchroom Sport.
My son and heir, I call him my project. He's good, but he's not yet great. I'm fucking watching you.
We are the biggest sports promotional company in the world.
Matchroom started as a £100 company and now worth north of £1 billion.
Look at what the old man has done. I never wanted to work for my dad, but you have to play the hand you're dealt.
Eddie, he has ego. It's a weakness, and I won't give up control until I'm sure he's ready.
Boxing is an important element of the revenue stream, but only an element. We've got the greatest snooker player to ever play the game.
The biggest profit earner is darts.
There's no business that has the drama.
I found out you knew about it. You're done.
The ego. Jesus Christ. What is that? The aggravation.
Oh, shit! We need fair judges next time.
The most important thing for my dad is winning. The world's come crashing down on us. I mean, what's going to make you feel better?
Please, could I get a packet of pickled onion Monster Munch?
We need to talk about Conor Benn. We need to get him back in a ring.
Yeah! I ain't getting on with Jake Paul.
He's taken a number of shots at me.
Come talk. Come talk. Come talk.
And I ain't going to back down.
Show me what you've got.
I'm going to make our company
bigger and better
than ever.
Let's go!
Global domination.
Nothing less.
I still don't understand why the shirt's off.
Welcome back to the Mattioli Arena here in Leicester. The final day of Group 4, and just look how close this table is. Matt Selt, having won today in his first match, tops the table still with 3 points. Neil Robertson has moved up to second, having just defeated Zhao Xintong by 3 frames to 2. Xiao Xintong's looking okay for now. He's in third, but He's played 5 matches and he's only won 2 of them, so he's got to win his remaining match. Kyren Wilson still with plenty of matches to play. He's got 2 more matches to play. If he wins one of them, he'd go ahead of Zhao Guodong probably on frames 1. So, I mean, this group rather is really hotting up here. It's going to be very difficult to work out who's going to make it through to the semi-final playoffs later this afternoon. It's all going to come down to those final matches. But the players ready here on our main table. Neil Robertson is about to take on China's Zhao Guodong. The head-to-head favours Neil Robertson by 7 matches to 5. There's not a lot between them. Peter Lyons has joined me here in the commentary box. Good morning, Peter.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you, Dom.
Good afternoon, I should say.
Yeah, I think this is an important match for both, but probably more important for Zhao Guodong. I think if Neil wins it, he's almost guaranteed himself a semi-final spot.
I enjoyed that deciding frame he just played against Xiao Xintong. Both players made a few mistakes and showed signs of pressure, because it doesn't matter what tournament you play in, you always want to win, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Terrific shot there from Neil Robertson. Get himself out of trouble. Neil normally very good from that range.
Black completely surrounded by reds. It won't pot anywhere. Not sure if the pink's available into the right corner, but it's not the best table. The reds are nicely spread, but the high value colours are a little awkward at the moment.
So is this shot. This needs cueing very well. And wasn't, unfortunately, and to make matters worse, he's opened the pink spot up completely.
Well, he has a fairly easy red to this right corner, but positionally, there's no guarantee. Be cannoning into something else, probably the red next to this. I'd be happy enough, I think, with that.
Definitely now.
6. 7.
Yeah, one good shot now. Gets nicely on a red. On this top of the table. Just about
9.
Perfect.
I
think Neil played okay in his first match with Zhao Xintong, although he only made one half-century break. And before he made that, his highest break was just 39. But yeah, he seemed to play okay.
$16.
Yeah, that's not a good shot though. If he's too straight on this red, I think he's going to struggle to get himself out into colour, because the pink doesn't pot into the middle pocket. Yeah, he's not happy with that one at all.
Just saw there that the pink won't pot into the centre pocket, and that's making life even harder now for Neil Robertson. How does he get to a colour from here?
$23.
Well, he gave it a go. He has got the pink into the middle pocket, and if he could drop it in slow enough, he could still have the red into the right corner, the highest one up as we look at it. It'll be a bold man to play the pink into the yellow pocket. He's going to the middle. Oh, that's a very nice shot.
He is helped though, Neil Robertson, by the fact that he has a tip size of just under 9mm, so he's able to nip into the cue ball and create a degree of backspin that other players can't.
Again, though, that's a little bit loose. Would like to have been another couple of inches down the table. Yeah, there you go.
30.
You missed the pink.
How Zhao Guodong will go about this break. Pink is out of commission. He's tried to bring the black into play there, so he's had to trust to a little bit of luck positionally, but He won't be happy with that, even if he is on a red, because he's tied the black up even more.
Yeah, and he's trying to give that everything to get the cue ball back out into the open.
Zhao Guodong, 6.
Wasn't quite accurate enough with the pot.
One. Six.
Yeah, here's a quick question for you then, Dom. So where do you stand on the pocket size debate that was going on at the last tournament? Some of the players saying they're too big, some prefer them a little bit tighter.
Pocket size debate, right, okay. Wasn't really aware of it, but
12.
there are a set of templates, wooden templates. Well, they used to be wooden, actually, they're not now,
13.
but anyway, they can form to regulations set out by the governing body as to pocket size, and those templates have to fit within the pocket jaws. Now, the problem there is every table fitter has their own idea of how tightly those templates should fit inside those pocket jaws, be it very, very tight and snug. Sometimes
18.
other table fitters think they should fit with just a touch more leeway. So that itself will create a slightly different pocket size. And then, of course,
19.
the vagaries of the cloth. Sometimes you'll be playing on a cloth that's playing so beautifully in dry conditions, and sometimes if there's any humidity in the atmosphere, the table won't play quite as well and the pockets will play slightly tighter. I just think the players need to understand all of this. There's not that much you can do about it.
$24.
You've gone quiet, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, I just prefer it when I think it was Judd Trump actually that said it. That he said,
25.
I think it was in the last tournament. He said he likes it when you go back to your seat, and even though you might have let your opponent in, there's still a chance that they won't
Green
pair
ball.
up when the pockets are too big, and you go and sit down, and you almost know it's game over. I mean, snooker the excitement that snooker creates when players are missing shots and it's twisting and turning. I think it's
28.
it's excitement that you don't get in other sports.
O'Neill's won this first frame comfortably enough. I think if you could find a way of measuring the force imposed upon the templates when it fits within the jaws of the pockets, when you're measuring the size of the pockets, if you can create a system whereby you're measuring that force, you will then be able to try to create exactly the same pocket sizes for all events at all times. But anyway, Neil Robertson has won the first frame. And a good start to the day for him, having defeated Xiao Xintong 3-2 in the previous match. But over on table 2, Gary Wilson is going along nicely against Ben Woollaston, who we know has a few tip issues. Anybody's frame this one though, but Gary Wilson looking good at 2-0.
Yeah, and Gary Wilson, he's trying everything he possibly can to stay in this Championship League format. Lost his first 3 matches, but he's battling hard. Victory over Selt last night, and then if he could get another victory here, especially 3-0, will give himself a real chance.
Yes, Gary, though, has already played 4 matches, so he has 1 more after this, so a 3-0 victory is exactly what he needs. And if he can win his last match, he might have a chance of qualification. Ben, though, has only played 3 matches. This is Ben's 4th. This is Gary Wilson's 5th.
Yeah, and Ben, unfortunately for him, he's really struggling out there, as that last shot suggests. It was a routine safety shot to keep the brown safe, and
9.
All he did was knock it over the pocket. So just this pink for a 3-0 victory.
15 frame and match, Gary Wilson.
So 2 matches played already over on table 2, resulting in 2 3-0 victories. First 3-0 Matt Selt over Kyren Wilson. What a great win that was. Now Gary Wilson with that 3-0 victory over Ben Woollaston. Next up on table 2, Matt Selt will take on Zhao Xintong. That's going to be coming up in about 4 or 5 minutes from now. You can watch that via our Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel.
Wow.
Yeah, and I was just speaking to Matt Selt there in the players' room, and he's still absolutely buzzing after his first professional maximum. Said he'd always wanted to tick that off his bucket list.
I wonder if Zhao Guodong
4.
played for the red next to the black there and didn't quite get hold of the cue ball, because I think it pots, and that's the red you want to see the back of, because it will bring the black into play.
Five.
But just going back to those pocket sizes, as you mentioned, it's the only way you can create consistency is to measure the force somehow. So that when you put those templates in the pocket, there is a force exerted upon them by the actual pocket jaws, because they have to fit in snugly. If you can measure that force, then you could create some consistency to a degree.
7.
Just trusting to luck a little bit there, that it would come out nicely onto a colour, and although he's tied the black up, it's not bad. If you could pot this yellow, pot the next red and leave an angle on the blue, would split everything open, the pack of reds, the pink and the black.
This isn't a good table, is it really, until you can get into the pack of reds. Need to try and free the black. Certainly has an angle on the blue here, but it's not a big angle. He'll have to screw into the reds as much force as he can exert, really.
Got to make sure you don't miss the blue. That's exactly what he's done. Maybe a little bit pleased that he didn't actually break the reds either.
One. Six.
Yeah, Neil didn't want to contact the yellow coming back down the table, so now having to play this red from a lot further away. The pink is available if you wanted to play the stun shot, but in fact he's just run it on and off the cushion. That was nice. Now there is a red just to the left of the pack
13.
that he could possibly pot and use the pack to open up, screwing back down the table, knowing the brown is hanging over the corner pocket.
The only problem is if he plays for that red to screw through the pack of reds to develop them and get onto the blue or bulk colours. I don't know if Neil can reach it because he's left-handed. Let's just have a look. He's played it pretty well. He's got to play this with the rest though.
20.
Looks like he's going through the reds. Yeah, I'm not sure about that choice.
21.
I don't think he hit that anywhere near hard enough, and he obviously thought he was going to get a thinner contact.
I think because he slightly overran the cue ball, the pot itself was probably too difficult to risk playing it at pace with the rest, and I think he just
Yellow ball.
trusted to a little bit of good fortune for position. Ordinarily, certainly a right-handed player would be able to reach across and
Robertson,
pot it with pace and screw through the reds and play a much better shot.
Does this red still cut into the corner? Oh, he's on the brown, Dom.
Neil there was trying to exhibit a new disco dance, I think.
He's getting himself ready for Strictly.
Strictly no.
You don't fancy that yourself, Dom, Strictly? Are you more The Voice?
I'm neither really. I don't like judging competitions. It's certainly not an art form like ballroom dancing or ballet or something like that.
5.
Wow.
6.
Trying to play off the green in behind the brown there, but slightly misjudged.
Well, what's Zhao Guodong playing here? Is there a chance of a plant? He's got to be careful he doesn't leave a red near a pocket. Did he go all out for the plant, I wonder? He should have done, because there was a chance of making that.
Yeah, and he's left a similar shot to nothing that Neil just potted on his last visit. Too thin. Yeah, that was close. Again, could be a possible shot to nothing again. Oh, that was very close. But I think he's left it.
Yeah, this is a good chance for Zhao Guodong. Just slightly awkward queuing though. He's got to be careful he doesn't undercut this. Well, he's up off a shot in no time. He didn't seem to like it.
1.
Yeah, I think by his body language, he can't put a colour.
Can he just play off the brown and get the cube in behind the green?
Zhao Guodong 1.
Very appealing. Neil, can he drop on the red on the black cushion? Possibly the black's in the way of the 2-cushion escape.
Well, I'd definitely be trying to roll up to that red below the pink, because, you know, if you play it pretty well, it's going to be safe. You've got no idea what's going to happen here. Okay, it's not a free ball, but even if he does glance off that red, there are 4 colours in the middle of the table. It's highly likely the cue ball could cannon into one of them, and you know, you could leave a pot on very easily.
Something like that, Dom?
Absolutely. I think Neil obviously knew he had to skim off the red rather than cannon it 4 ball or half ball. But we're a little more old school, aren't we, Peter? I think we'd been trying to maybe come off the right hand side cushion, rest upon that red below the pink, and you'd have to play it poorly to leave it on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because the shot Neil played, you've got no control on it. You don't know if you're going to hit the red 8th ball, quarter ball, half ball or whatever. You're more or less hoping you'll catch the edge of it rather than knowing you will.
7.
Yeah, and it's almost certainly going to cost him the frame. Yeah, 9-point lead.
20.
Every colour in the open. Yeah, I think he'd like that shot again, though. That was a poor one.
Well, I think a confident Neil Robertson would play the brown, but Zhao Guodong probably doesn't trust his potting eye quite so much, perhaps. If he plays the blue, the danger is the cue ball cannon into the green, and if he flicks off the green, he could finish in no man's land. Can he drop it in and cannon the brown 4 ball, I wonder? No, he's screwed past the green, and the brown's actually played that very well.
26.
Yeah, this is coming up a little bit short. Now, can he reach it without having to use the rest? 17 in front, so still needs the green and brown.
Well,
he's making hard work of it, Dom.
He is, yeah. He played a decent positional shot to get onto the yellow, but he hadn't travelled far enough and he had to go up and down, and he hasn't quite controlled the cue ball yet. Is it in? Yeah, it is. So, barring snookers, it will be 1-1.
Yeah, there's still a chance though where the black is. It's one snooker to tie the frame on the pink, and doesn't really want to leave this blue over the pocket then.
Well, that was some potting. As Peter was suggesting, it wasn't without risk. If it had left the pot on there, Neil could have left the cue ball foot to the right of the black spot. And he could have played the pink into bulk and dropped him right behind the black, and this frame could still have been anybody's. But he did pot it, and he has won the frame, and he has levelled the match up at 1 frame all. Play has begun over on table 2 in the match between Matt Selt and Zhao Xintong, and Matt Selt has already won frame 1 with the lead that he has. That's unassailable. No, well, probably going for a century there, but...
Selt 75.
Yes, indeed, he was on a break of 75, but he's won the opening frame there against the world champion. It's been a great group, this, for Matt Selt. He won his first match of the day, defeating Kyren Wilson 3-0. He's won the first frame there, so yet to drop a frame today. He's already the table topper, so things looking good for a semi-final playoff for Matt Selt later on this afternoon.
Yeah, Neil, he's won his first match and he's 1 frame all here, but hasn't really got going yet this morning.
The thing, Peter, I love about these groups here at the Championship League is that you can be in sort of Matt Selt's position now, where he's top of the table. If he wins this next match, you know, he could play maybe his remaining match knowing he's qualified and just take his foot off the gas a little bit just to conserve some energy for the semi-finals. But when you get to the semi-finals, everything changes, doesn't it? Because it's a straight knockout then. So it's a different mindset.
Yeah, absolutely. The whole concept changes. And I think we saw that none more so than the last group. Zhao Guodong was really struggling. He'd only had 1 win coming into the second day, and he won his 2 matches to get in the semis, and then won the semis and final.
Oh, it was amazing. I commentated on that final against Joe O'Connor. Joe O'Connor was 2-0 ahead. He had chances. He played so well. He really did. He just missed 1 ball at the wrong time, and Zhao Guodong just kept throwing caution to the wind, and he just kept potting balls and making breaks when it mattered most. But it's a bit of a roller coaster ride when you watch Zhao Guodong, because he always looks as though he could miss anything, the way he plays and his attitude generally. And finally managed it. His temperament held firm, and he did win the group. The Zhao Guodong re-emerges to break off for frame number 3.
Frame, Zhao Guodong to break.
Yeah, this group is turning out to be titanic at this stage now, with only a few matches left. Absolutely no idea who the 4 semi-finalists are going to be.
Yes, one thing you can be certain of, it's going to be left to Muggins here to try to work it all out later on.
Robertson 1.
Yeah, again, nice long red for Neil, but nothing after it. Yeah, and Xiao can't really drop into the side of the pack here, I don't think, without leaving a red on, so he may have to play the 2-cushion escape. Doesn't want to catch it too thick.
And that's the problem with the shot, isn't it? It's never an easy shot to judge. You're trying to judge the slide of the cue ball off the cushion rails, and you could play that shot on another table and you'd play it perfectly. It was a shot that Cliff Thorburn came up with originally. Players saw him play it and thought it's a clever shot to play. Just cottoned onto it, really.
Yeah, Neil's potted another red, but for nothing. Not on the colour again. You know, a little bit more awkward to roll up behind the yellow from the angle he's coming in at.
Robertson 1.
Yeah, I think Neil thinks that hit the slate line and just veered the cue ball off slightly, but either way it's presented this chance.
Yes. It's worth mentioning that the table bed consists of 5 very heavy slates, and the join of the first slate is about an inch above the bulk line. So a player knows that whenever they roll up behind a bulk colour, they're rolling that cue ball along the slate join, and it's very easy for it to just veer off a true course a little, and that's what happened there, and that's why Zhao Guodong had that long red to go for, which he's knocked in. Table manufacturers actually have experimented with having the first slate join along the bulk line, but they found that it didn't really help. They've experimented as well using different surfaces for the table bed because slate is exceptionally heavy. That's why it consists of 5 separate parts. Has he made a mistake here?
Yeah, almost certainly. Now if that red, does that second red still pot? Well, it did, so I'm not really sure why he was so disappointed. Wouldn't mind being slightly low on this red so he could open a few reds up. He knows the pink is there.
Yeah, I don't like the configuration of these reds to go into from the black. You've basically got 1 red as a target.
21.
Likelihood is you'll skim off them. You've got to try and screw into the side of these reds, so you'll need maximum backspin on the cue ball. And you almost need that double reaction where it spins into the pack, then stops and spins again. Nearly happened. I'm not sure he's on a red.
28.
Well, he might be right, Dom. Does anything pot? Yeah, I do think he'd have been better leaving himself lower on the red, trying to break the reds off the red rather than off the black. With the position of the colours. So, table rolling off is only going to cost Neil Robertson 28 points. Well, that was
Xiao Guodong, 28.
not a great shot from Zhao Guodong, but getting the white in behind the green has saved him for sure.
1.
And again, Neil's pulled out a lovely shot to nothing, but just 1 point.
Robertson 1.
Well, we could see that cue ball as it approached the yellow, keep a perfectly straight line. That's a good shot from Neil. And Xiao just rest the cue ball into those reds.
Yeah, I think he's got it so close to the yellow that if he can't get under the middle pocket, he's going to be in trouble. Although, yeah, he's okay, he could. And he's judged it to perfection. And you've got to be very careful not to leave this red that's near the left-hand black pocket.
I'd love to leave the cue ball somewhere near the green pocket if I could, and because the blue and the other red would block off the one that's close to this left corner. Is he trying to cut this red in or double it? Trying to double. Clever in a way, because he tried to leave the cue ball close enough to the side cushion to not leave this red. But does it cut in?
It's another fairly scrappy frame. Needs to slow up.
5.
These two reds near the black are too risky to try to cut in. You can't play a safety shot into bulk with that red there. Is he taking this on? This is a risk. Does the red above the one he's potting open the other 4 into play? Well, the answer's yes, but he's knocked it in. What a pot that was.
6.
Yeah, it looks like a frame winner.
Red had to go in, but it did, and 2-1 lead surely is virtually assured now.
13.
Yeah, 45 in front. So just this black and the red below the black spot, and it's a 2-1 lead.
$27. 28. 35. 36.
Bit of a kick there, which prohibited the cue ball from running on another few inches. He's looking at the green now, but the frame's safe anyway.
Yeah, and you don't get many kicks these days.
Well, for me, it's because all the players keep picking up the balls from the pockets
39.
and rolling them down the table at the end of frames, and I think that's what's contributing to them. Actually not supposed to touch the balls.
40.
That's because the referee
45.
has gloved hands, so there won't be any greasy or sticky fingerprints on the balls.
Zhao Guodong, 45
But there will
on the
be if the
frame.
referees, I beg your pardon, if the players keep picking them up at the end of frames. But anyway, moot point now. Zhao Guodong has won frame number 3 and takes a 2-1 lead and is just 1 frame away from a much needed victory. Much needed victory for many players because this group is so tight. Xiao Xintong lost the first frame to Selt, who was in early on in this second frame, had a useful little lead before a mistake has allowed Xiao Xintong in. Of course, he lost his first match to Robertson
27.
by the odd frame on our main table in the first match. Did you ever play Xiao Xintong, Peter?
I did, funnily enough. I played him. In fact, the last twice I played him in the last 16 of the UK, the year he won it. And then I played him in the last 16 of the Q Tour, the next time I played him, on his comeback. And unfortunately, I lost them both.
34.
Yeah, I played him once and he beat me 4-3 on a respotted black in Scotland, but I was 35 up with 35 on and he cut in the last red, which was near the yellow, from the most improbable position. Landed near the jaws of the black pocket, had to cut the black in to keep his hopes alive, knocked that in and cleared up. It was extraordinary. He's so talented, isn't he?
Yeah, I trailed him 4-1 in the UK Championship and levelled the match at 4-all, only to lose the last 2 frames.
Goodness me. Yeah, he's such a talent. He's a lovely player to watch. Pleasure to commentate on. As is Neil Robertson, of course, former world champion, long time ago though, back in 2010. Zhao Guodong, what can we say about him? He won his first ranking event at the 2024 Wuhan Open and retained it this season. Amazing.
Yeah, does the pink pot in the middle pocket. Well, there you go. Clearly it does. It's a chance. Yeah, it didn't look like a good kiss on that red at first glance, but with the pink available, that's good. 4 or 5 reds in the open here.
Yeah, Zhao Guodong will view this as an opportunity to win frame and match from here. But break building is a bit of an art and a science, so choosing the right ball to play is important. And if I were Zhao Guodong, I'd want to be on the black to play for the red next that's just above the black. Because once that's out of the way, you can then play for the red to the right of the black to then bring the black completely into play.
8.
But he's overrun slightly. It's okay because he can now cannon that red above the black to hold for the one to the right.
Yeah, depending on how he cannons it though. If he does cannon it, he could quite easily knock it safe and just back into the cluster of reds. Just can't afford to overhit this shot.
Yeah, that's why I'd have wanted to be high 15 on the black if I could be, and just control the break better and not have to play that cannon. It's gone wrong. Very awkward queuing.
Yeah, there's always key shots, Dom, isn't there, to break building? Like one key shot that could Turn your 20s, 30s, 40s into 70s, 80s, 90s.
Zhao Guodong, 15.
Yeah, I think the poor shot was the way he played for the black previously. He had to play that cannon, it didn't go well, and the break has ended very prematurely because of it.
Now I always find myself, when you're looking to see if a ball will go, it's easier to see if it'll go from the other side, from the pocket side. If you look down the pocket line, then you should be able to clearly see whether there's enough light in between the ball and the ball you're trying to get it past to whether it will pot or not. Thinks that it doesn't go.
8.
In playing for this one first.
Depends on your eyesight as well and the way you look at balls, really. I remember practicing Ryan Day once, and I was looking at a gap between a red and another ball to see if it would go. And I didn't think it did, and Ryan said, "Can I have a look?" And he did. He said, "That flies in." He was right, of course.
Well, that's a very nice, very
16.
aggressive shot.
Yes, Neil's been strangely subdued today. He hasn't been his normal attacking self. He's played a lot more tactically than I was expecting to see him play.
24.
He did defeat Xiao Xintong by 3 frames to 2. And if he can keep control of the cue ball here, we could once again be heading for a deciding frame.
I still think the red, the bottom of the pack, will pop this time, so straightforward, still off the cushion and up. As he purposely left himself a little bit low just to nudge a couple out.
39.
I'd like to go into the red to the right of the pink here. I don't think he will, but they couldn't help but open up nicely if he did. Have a look at the lead, 31 points, so he probably won't need one of those reds close to the pink. Just depends what colours he takes with these reds.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what he's looking at here, Dom. Surely he could just drop that red near the blue in slowly. Definitely be on the green at worst. In fact, he's held it easily for the blue.
Well, there you go. He's played a cannon into those reds. Now, the reason I suggested playing it from the black earlier is because if he flicked off the red to the right of the pink the way they were configured, there was a red he could have been on into the right centre, and the one that's closer to the left centre he could also have been on as well. That was the red that he knocked in when running up for the blue. Oh, decelerated. Oh dear, dear, dear.
Well,
Robertson 52.
I think he created his own problems there, Neil Robertson, and that didn't even. It was a little bit close together, but it didn't look that bad. I didn't expect him to leave it short of the pocket. And what a gift for Zhao Guodong. Wow. Gifts galore. Well, I think we're definitely going 2-2 now.
Nine.
Yep, 53 in front, just this red. And we're going the distance.
17.
Yeah, Xiao, I think if he does want to lose this match, he's going to be kicking himself. He had first chance in this frame, and then got that absolute gift from Neil Robertson when he's decelerated the red into the middle pocket
23.
and missed his opening red.
$24. $30. 31.
Yeah, Neil has been nowhere near his best, but he's got a second deciding frame coming to win both his
37.
matches.
Venting some frustration there, perhaps. Oh, it's a scrappy frame, really. Both players had great chances. Zhao Guodong was in first with a chance to win the match 3-1, but we are heading the distance. Neil Robertson wins that frame comfortably enough, I suppose, in the end. It's 2-2 again here on table 1.
Whilst he puts his greasy fingers all over the balls, Tom. Your pet hate.
Well, it's obvious, isn't it, that if there's a lot of moisture and oil on your fingers and that's imparted to the balls, it's not going to help, is it? Inebriating kicks, clammy, sweaty hands. I think the players contribute to these kicks sometimes themselves. But bottom line is, it's in the rules. You're not supposed to pick up balls at the end of frames. It's the referee's job to do that, and of course, because they have gloved hands, keeps the balls nice and clean and polished.
Is it in the rules?
Yes, it is.
And is there a penalty?
No. It's just up to the referee to tell you not to touch the balls, and sometimes they do. You see the gloved hands, it keeps the balls nice and clean.
The deciding frame, Zhao Guodong to break.
Of course, if a player goes and off, the player will handle the cue ball, of course, when placing it in the D, as you do at the beginning of a frame. And Zhao Guodong, who breaks off for this fifth and deciding frame.
Now can Neil knock this long red in? Realistically, the only one he can leave is the one he's playing, but he doesn't want to wobble it in the jaws too close. He might run over the right side of the table.
Could play a thick safety off the pack here and open them all up into play, but got to hope that something doesn't go near a pocket.
Yeah, he's played it well.
That red 2 below the pink, is that cuttable? That's a shot to nothing.
Doesn't want to catch the bump of the middle pocket though. Coming back down. And he's caught it way too thick. Way too thick. Now, does the red pass the green?
One.
Well, Xiao didn't come down to have a look at the black area to see what was available, so I presume we can see the pink. Yeah, so he's in first again.
I wonder if that red
7.
closest to the black will pot into the right corner. That could make a difference.
8.
Yeah, this is not a bad chance. The reds aren't great, but it's a chance to
13.
build up a healthy lead.
It may be just a touch low on this pink. He'll try to play for red to the left corner here, but he has that one near the yellow. Oh, he was okay. In potting this Peter, it brings the one next to it into play, doesn't it? So things are looking good now for Zhao Guodong.
21.
Yeah, and that's a bonus. These two reds both pot into the corner.
28.
So it is turned into a very good chance for Zhao Guodong.
29.
Zhao Guodong possesses an excellent temperament, which is so important in snooker, because there's a lot of thinking time, not only on the shots but between them.
Yeah, he seems to have put the disappointment of the missed chances in the last frame out of his head.
36.
Still a bit of work to do. Oh, there you go, Dom. Maybe that red that you said earlier does pot, and this will open the black up completely.
I'd like to have been straighter on it though. He's going to have to cannon off of the balls here. He should be on the black to the left corner. Yeah, no problem at all really.
really that important where the black respots either. If it does get tied up, he's done a lot of the groundwork already.
50.
Yeah, there you go, the black is well and truly in the open. What a chance to win this in one visit. It was a attempted shot to nothing from Neil Robertson that went drastically wrong. Caught it way too thick.
Neil Robertson still has one more match to play in this afternoon session, being the second day of a group. There are 4 matches to be played in the opening session. Neil Robertson will be playing that 4th match when he'll be taking on Leicester's Ben Woollaston. Could be an important match for Neil Robertson.
Yeah, and I think Ben is the only player really with a unrealistic chance of making the semis. Yeah, Xiao just a couple of pots away from
62.
A 3-2 victory. Nice red. The black. And that is it. Could give these, I'm not sure whether the red goes. It should be a straightforward shot.
Well, Zhao Guodong
70.
is now safe, barring snookers. There's more to come, of course, but he'll have to remain table side because he'll be involved in our 3rd match here on table 1. He'll be taking on world number 2 and former world champion Kyren Wilson.
Yeah, they'll be going into it feeling pretty good, especially if you can complete the century in the process.
79.
Ahead of this group, he'd already made 313 centuries as a professional player.
87.
He's having a good season as well. He's 11th on the season points.
94.
Yeah, he's definitely established himself at the top of the game.
95.
And this has been a flawless contribution.
Chance of a big century.
101.
136 possible, but of course we saw a maximum yesterday from Matt Selt over on table 2. So he's firmly in line for the £500 highest break prize.
$109. 111.
Yeah, this has been magnificent.
114.
Well, Neil Robertson has played 2 matches today. He's won 1-3-2 and he's about to lose this one 3-2, but he's still looking good as things stand in the group table for qualification to the semi-finals later today.
$129. 136.
And in goes the black for a total clearance of 136 from Zhao Guodong. An impeccable performance in that deciding frame. So we have another match coming up for you very shortly. In approximately 5 minutes from now, Zhao Guodong will be taking on world number 2 and former world champion Kyren Wilson. Do stay with us for that. That's coming up in approximately 5 minutes from now.
It's Joshua Filler with an absolute dominating win. Moritz Neuhausen is your new Premier League pool winner.
Elisha Sharp makes the ultimate statement.
What a journey Paulo Villano he's made to the pinnacle of a sport.
Elisha Sharp
He's completed a terrific transatlantic double.
He didn't want to jump on the table in Florida, but he can't resist this time.
Aloysius, you are a superstar.
The breakthrough has come for Piers Lamutus.
Team Asia, they've won the Reyes Cup again.
David Alcade, it's your turn again, buddy.
Can you believe it? An absolute nightmare for Tyler Steuer. Europe have won the Mosconi Cup.
I'm Barry Hearn, president of Matchroom Sport.
Talk to me. I'm Eddie Hearn, I'm the chairman of Matchroom Sport.
My son and heir, I call him my project. He's good, but he's not yet great. I'm fucking watching you.
We are the biggest sports promotional company in the world.
Matchroom started as a £100 company and now worth north of £1 billion.
Look at what the old man has done. I never wanted to work for my dad, but you have to play the hand you're dealt.
Eddie, he has ego. It's a weakness, and I won't give up control until I'm sure he's ready.
Boxing is an important element of the revenue stream, but only an element. We've got the greatest snooker player to ever play the game.
The biggest profit earner is darts.
There's no business that has the drama.
If I found out you knew about it, you're done.
The ego.
Jesus Christ.
What is that? The aggravation.
Oh, shit! You need fair judges next time.
The most important thing for my dad is winning. The world's come crashing down on us. I mean, what's going to make you feel better?
Please, could I get a packet of pickled onion Monster Munch?
We need to talk about Conor Benn. We need to get him back in a ring.
Yeah! How you getting on with Jake Paul?
He's taken a number of shots at me.
Come talk! Come talk! Come talk!
And I ain't going to back down.
Show me what you've got. I'm going to make our company
bigger and better
than ever.
Let's go!
Global domination.
Nothing less.
I still don't understand why his shirt's off.
So this very tight Group 4 continues, and very shortly we'll have Kyren Wilson against Zhao Guodong, and there is the table. So we've got 3 players on 3 points: Neil Robertson, Selt and Zhao Guodong. Though Zhao Guodong does have 2 more matches to play. Gary Wilson, Xintong and Kyren Wilson all on 2 points, Ben Woollaston 1. So it really is very, very tight, every frame now counting. Xintong currently 2-1 up on Selt on the other table. I was just looking at it actually between matches. There is a scenario, which I won't lay out now, but there is a scenario where everyone could finish on 3 points. But anyway, we'll worry about that later in the afternoon if it happens. Obviously, they'd be separated by the other metrics: frames won, least frames lost. Or we could just start again, maybe. Zhao Guodong clearly happy to stay out there after that magnificent finish against Robertson.
Yeah, no, I was speaking to Kyren Wilson earlier, and he said he's not using the same cue as he used yesterday. He's really struggling to find one that he likes. He said they've all got good qualities, but he hasn't found any that have got all the things he's looking for.
Well, that's a concern if you're a Kyren Wilson supporter with the Masters, you know, a few days away. We assume that over the sort of Christmas, New Year, he might have sorted that out, but clearly not.
Yeah, it's a horrible place to be in as a snooker player. You've got to be able to trust the gear you're using, and obviously really sad that what happened to the cue he won the World Championships with.
Meanwhile, Selt has level 2-2 with Xintong on table 2.
Now, is he trying to cut this red in the corner pocket? No, just the straightforward safety shot. Yeah, it was a straightforward safety shot, but it wasn't executed very well. But Xiao has come up a little bit short in position.
Green ball.
Yeah, that's a excellent judgment. And so is that. doesn't want it to be touching.
Matchroom ball.
Or could and should find himself back in trouble behind the brown. Does it go for one of these reds, or just try and leave the white back on the black cushion? Well, that is a terrific shot and well picked out. Was in a bit of trouble there, Kyren Wilson.
Out of interest, Peter, how many cues have you had over the years?
Just one.
There you go. I mean, that always used to be the way, didn't it? You know, you just had your cue and that was it.
Yeah, absolutely. All of a sudden these days people are chopping and changing every match, not just every season. It's a good time to be a cue maker.
That's right, yeah. Well, it's... I mean, some, like you say, Wilson's was enforced. Others have chosen to do it.
One.
Yeah, just come up a little bit awkward. But what you can't afford to be going in matches with a lack of confidence in your cue or tip.
Blue ball.
In the old days, Dave, there was only, you had one cue, there was only one real choice of tip, and there was only one real choice of piece of chalk, and that's all you really had.
Well, that was blue was a good shot, wasn't it? You know, he was hampered, nicely cued, so Kyren Wilson with a good opening here.
7.
Yeah, of course, it was this week last year where Ronnie O'Sullivan broke his cue up and flung it in the bin in the players' room.
Yeah, we've all felt like that at times.
And
did he just get another one out, or did he sack it off?
14.
No, he left. He left the building, yeah. It's now the most famous bin in snooker history.
Do you think we'll see a time where people are coming into the arena with a golf bag full of cues, like?
Well, of course, Sean Murphy, he did have the 3 that time, didn't he? And he thought it would start a trend, but it didn't.
22.
As long as he doesn't start a trend with that Superman outfit he's just got.
Yeah, I saw that. That was, well, you know, what people do behind closed doors, Peter. Is
Correct,
up to them.
yeah, each to their own. Just stop putting it on Instagram.
30.
Well, he's got himself nicely in. Remember, if he does win this match,
37.
he will join the players on 3 points. There's already 3 of them there.
30.
I mean, I'll lay this out now. If Xiao Xintong beats Matt Selt on the other table, he'll be on 3. Ben Woollaston were to win his last 2, he'd be on 3. And then if Gary Wilson beat Zhao Guodong in the last match, he'd be on 3. So all 7 will be on 3. Now, a lot's got to happen there, but it's not an impossibility.
46.
Yeah, it'd be tough to take being players 6 and 7 and getting relegated from the group 53. On 3. Yeah, this has been impressive stuff from Kyren.
Yeah, that early blue, you know, that was a good shot because he was hampered with reds down this end of the table. It wouldn't have been easy without that. So, sort of shot that's got to give you confidence, 61. And he's just carried on here. Not much more to do, red and black.
62.
The head-to-head coming in really favoured him. 12 wins to 6 against Zhao Guodong. He beat him in the semi-finals of the German Masters last season. Went on to win the title. Beat Hawkins 10-9 in the final.
69. Seventh.
Yeah, I think the good thing for
77.
Kyren Wilson and his fans is that he does look like he's playing
70.
well. As soon as he does find that cue, I don't think it'll be long before he's back in the winner's circle. It looks like he's striking the ball well.
84. 85. $92. 93.
Yeah, so great start to the match from Kyren Wilson. He made 1 century yesterday. Of course, he lost 3-0 in his first match today to Matt Selt.
99.
But this is more like it. Brilliant stuff.
100.
Career century number 543.
$106.
Yeah, just lays down a marker to Zhao Guodong. Say, if I'm gonna miss, I'm gonna punish you.
$111. $115.
Yeah, perfectly judged.
120.
What a break, David.
Yeah, really well controlled. He's not been in trouble at all. We've now had 73 centuries in this Championship League. This is Group 4.
126.
Of course, there's 8 groups in total. Well, that's got to give him confidence in the new queue, surely. 133. The clearance from Kyren Wilson. 1-0 the lead. Yeah, he does have one more match after this. He plays Ben Woollaston later, so Kyren Wilson could still get to 4 points, but there's so many ifs and buts at the moment. Just try and win the matches. That's all you can really do. Table 2, Zhao Xintong 2, Selt 2.
12.
And Xintong at the table 10 behind.
Yeah, Selt has obviously been in amongst the balls at some point, because he's got 29 points on the board, but this is a
13.
Pretty good chance for Zhao Guodong. All the reds are in potable positions. He'd like to get that brown out of the way, probably. Although that has not really helped matters. Tying the pink up was not ideal.
20.
Now, is he contemplating a little cannon? Probably not.
Well, that continues, but let's go back to table 1. Kyren Wilson with the 1-3-3 off and running here against Zhao Guodong.
Yeah, no. Pretty good break-off shot. 4 reds in the open, but covered on them all. Doesn't want the kiss. Well, he did get the kiss, but it was thin enough to make it still very awkward. Yeah, a little bit fortunate there. Xiao. So probably just leave the white on this black cushion safety shot. Is he going to risk sending the cue ball down into balk? He's got to be careful. Risked it. Yeah, I think we'll see Zhao Guodong just play the white back towards this black cushion this time. Probably off the red, closest to the corner pocket. It's not really how the pros want the frame to go, but sometimes it can't be helped.
Well, it looks like Xiao Xintong has won that decider. He's miles in front, in fact, so he's going to be a 3-2 winner. So just to complicate things a bit more, he's going to go to 3 points now. So we'll have 4 players on 3 points as it stands. Yeah, and in about 5 minutes' time on table 2, it will be actually the match that was going to be on this table. There's always an extra match at this stage. Obviously, we need to get it played, so it'll be Neil Robertson, Ben Woollaston.
Yeah, you're looking to try and get the white right under the cushion here, so that your opponent can't play that same shot and screw back up to the black cushion. Yeah, with a pack intact though, it's not real pressure on this shot. Didn't want it to be touching, so that's a result for Zhao Guodong. Yeah, that doesn't look
the long spider.
Very appealing at all. I think he's asked for the long spider now. He's got to be really careful here.
Well, Peter, whenever you ask for this, you know it's not pleasant.
Yeah, and this, he's got to be really careful that he doesn't miss cue.
Played it nicely. Well, mate, we've got Superman, Sean Murphy. Maybe he could be Spider-Man. Or in that case, Long Spider-Man. I've been here too many days, I think. I've been here a week. Starting to go a little bit crazy. Yeah, as you say, it's one of those frames where, you know, someone will probably make a big break in the end, but it's very cagey right now. Red's starting to scatter.
You might be right. Could be getting the spider back out again here. Worth a go, that. Get himself a good cue ball again. This is turning into a strange frame. This is going to open everything up. Needs to get a good cue ball. Needs to get a good cue ball.
Oh, Kyren was in 6.
Hasn't got a good cue ball. Has knocked the pink in and has left the red over a middle pocket. Not a certainty, but I expect him to knock it in. Now, can he get off the baulk cushion and back out for a colour?
Yeah, that's key, isn't it? Landing on a colour. If he does, then what a chance. Well, got to pot the red first.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised. I can only assume that he didn't think he could avoid the reds on the baulk cushion, because it's a lot easier to play that shot a little bit firmer. But now he's just given the opportunity to Zhao Guodong.
1.
Well, I think it's fair to say he doesn't have to worry about getting on a red. Now, does the pink pop? Again, it's not disaster if it doesn't. The black's in the open. You'd like to get that red away from the blue as quick as possible. Yeah, the pink does pop.
9.
What a chance.
Yeah, and he finished off, of course, so well against Neil Robertson, so we know he's playing well. He's a very
15.
calm presence, I think, at the table when he's in this sort of position. He's not a showy player because he doesn't have to be. Just keeps nice control.
16.
Well, he was up on the shot so quickly there, he knew he'd completely mishit it. Yeah, decelerated it really badly, and I suppose the only consolation, if it is one, is that he hasn't left a straightforward pot for Kyren Wilson. This is a big shot in this frame. Yeah, and that is straight in the pocket. Lovely shot.
It's a horrible miss, wasn't it, from Zhao Guodong? He just didn't cue it properly. He was a mile away from it.
Nothing to do at the moment except pot balls.
19.
Wherever he finishes, really, he's going to be on something. He's probably going to need all of these reds where the balls are positioned, because he's going to be taking lower value colours with most of them.
Yeah, that's the only issue, I suppose. You know, you're going up in smaller increments, but as long as they're going
23.
in.
Well, that couldn't have finished any worse. Yellow is his only option for a pot, and I don't even think he can cue the ball. I think it's going to be a safety.
And a move in 24.
Yeah, and that's probably the new cue, I'm afraid. You get so used to the feel of how your cue feels, how it is to strike any certain shot. That's another poor safety shot from Zhao Guodong. This is a chance, not a gimme, but definitely a chance. But again, a similar type of shot to the one he missed on the left-hand side. Again, he caught it slightly too thin. So those delicate little dropping shots, they're the ones he's really struggling with.
Well, Zhao Guodong maybe can't believe his luck here because he's struggled in this frame for whatever reason, but he's back in. Could easily have lost it a couple of times by now.
Yeah, and you get the feeling where this frame has gone that it's not over yet. It should be, but I just get the feeling that there could be one more twist.
At least one. Neil Robertson and Ben Woollaston, meantime, have started on table 2. So, as ever, Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Now then, are these reds blocking one another?
Well, it must be. Otherwise, I think he'd have already played the shot. And there's the twist, David.
Yeah, like you say, you could sort of see it coming. He was never really in great position, actually, in that break. And, well, it's gone wrong. I mean, a little unlucky, maybe, not to be on one of those reds to the right middle, but let's see. Can Wilson take advantage? Because he's made plenty of mistakes himself in this frame.
Yeah, probably a little fortunate not to have left something really straightforward. He's got a red into the yellow pocket, but absolutely fraught with danger with the red over the opposite middle pocket. This has to go.
One.
Yeah, that was nicely cued. Yeah, he doesn't seem to be struggling with the power shots or the full shots. It's the delicate little ones that he's struggling with this cue. Again,
5.
Another chance for Kyren to take a 2-0 lead. Twist or no twist, Dave?
Whew, well, again, wouldn't be surprised. It's interesting though, you know, all the centuries we've seen, and we saw one in frame 1, the key frames often seem to be these lower quality ones when there's been chances on both sides.
Yeah, and I think we'll see Kyren drop this green in really slowly to leave the red along the baulk cushion, knowing that the blue is sitting to come out for position, which would also make the red closest to the left-hand side cushion easier. So, pretty good thinking from Kyren.
9.
Yeah, just try and leave the white maybe near the cushion.
10.
Now may well try and get down for the other red, depending on how tight that angle is into the middle pocket. Well, that is not a good shot.
15.
Not a good shot at all. He's still got a shot at this red, but should have been much easier. Needs it to pull up. Yeah, so needs one more good shot. It's amazing, isn't it? You get to just a little bit less and it's an absolute certainty. Yeah, he's playing the snooker, but not a right lot of value, I don't think. I think we'll see Xiao come off the baulk cushion and just try and nestle on top of this red. Really, the only chance he could leave it is down into this left-hand black pocket. And then if you're unlucky to do that, he didn't hit it very well, and I still think it's safe. There is the cross double on, but surely he's not going to attempt that. Does it drop in the middle? I don't think so. No, does it drop in the middle? No, and it wasn't really that easy to play safe either.
Tense frame, they both had considerable chances. Remember, the reds were everywhere at one point. You thought, well, it's going to be a frame-winning break, but that's not how it transpired.
Yeah, Kyren should be snookered here. Red, yellow side cushion, white, green side cushion. Almost certain snooker. Now, choices. Does he just drop on it dead weight, or does he try and send it down the table? He's tried to send it down the table and he's mishit it. Has he got away with it? Does it pass the green? Yeah, Xiao got the upper hand here in the safeties, even if it doesn't pop. And Zhao's best shot of the frame.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, all the struggling that both have done, that was a moment of quality. And now the ball's at his mercy to level at one each.
Yeah, and Kyren may well have missed the boat here. He should definitely be 2-0 in front in this match.
6.
But almost certainly gonna be one frame each.
Yeah, it was a great red, wasn't it? And that sort of forgives all the mistakes from earlier on. He can put those to one side as long as he pots blue and pink here. Zhao Guodong attempting to become the first player to 4 points and therefore guaranteed qualification for the playoffs tonight. Thought he played very well in Group 3. He actually topped the group, didn't he? But he didn't ultimately come through and win it. So dramatic frame. It wasn't the highest quality, but great drama at the end. Terrific last red from distance for Zhao Guodong, and he has levelled at 1 apiece. Just a reminder that the Neil Robertson-Ben Woollaston match, that is on table 2, so we can just show you what's happening there. Ben struggling in the table on 1 point, but he has got another match after this. He plays Kyren Wilson actually, so he could actually join the players on 3. Neil Robertson is on 3, and this is his last group match, so he's looking good to qualify. But if he were to lose this match, it would possibly be under question just because of the very tight nature of the group. Ben's got to go back up to Sheffield, hasn't he, tomorrow for the Welsh Open qualifiers. And of course Neil Robertson next week will be off to Alexandra Palace in London for the Masters.
Well, a little bit of a wild one.
It's a good table to be 36 in front, isn't it? It's not the nicest table, but it is for Ben, I guess.
One.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. I think the blue does pot quite easily, so this is a chance to wrap the first frame up.
Six.
Oh, shake of the head, I'm not sure what you're worried about. I'm sure the pink pots into the middle pocket, so surely just pop this red and play on the pink.
7.
Oh, not really sure. Won't be disappointed with that outcome though. Yeah, that turned out perfect. Open those two reds up, landed a nice dead straight blue into
12.
the corner.
Well, Zhao Guodong returning to the arena, so we're ready for frame 3.
Is he having a go at this, or is it the safety? It's just the safety again. Yeah, good length on the safety again. Cue ball right under the cushion. Now he can knock the white down the table into ball, but Doesn't really want to leave the cue ball near the malt cushion, so Kyren can just play safe off the red on the balk line. Because he could quite easily find himself in trouble. Good length on the safety, and Kyren has already missed this shot or similar a couple of times in the last frame. Just dropping it into the middle pocket. Yeah, that's much better. That's superb. Every credit to have the confidence to just keep playing the shot even though you've missed it a couple of times.
He won his first 2 matches yesterday, so things were looking good, but he hasn't actually won one since.
4.
But he does have another match to play after this one against Ben Woollaston, so he's very much in the mix here, Wilson.
Somehow
7.
found its way right through the reds and on top of the black. Is this a plant into the yellow pocket? That'd be a huge bonus if it is.
Amazing.
Yeah. Just holds his hand up as well, David, for the sorry.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can argue he was unlucky not to land on one. He went into them with, you know, great aggression, and it looked like it was end of break, but what a result.
14.
Yeah, now look at the balls. Pink in the open, black in the open.
The
touch there, just a little bit out, just brought the white a little bit closer to the side cushion than he would have wanted. Having to dig down now.
23.
Yeah, you expected him to get it, but the touch is just not quite there for Kyren. Yeah, when he's
13.
aggressive with the shots, he looks as good as ever.
31.
Yeah, and he's not hanging about either.
38.
Yeah, I guess after that last frame, which, you know, wasn't enjoyable, he just wants to try and get himself going a bit. We know what a confident character he is. We saw it last season, didn't we? He won 4 titles after all, off the back of becoming world champion. This season started brilliantly, won the Shanghai Masters, but been disappointing since then. He's had his cue issues and various other things as well going on. And the real low point was the UK Championship when he lost to Elliot Slessor and admitted, and you could see it, just watched him. He just wanted to basically walk out.
46.
Yeah, it's hard. Probably feels, well, definitely feels it's not his fault. The cue trouble is an absolute nightmare. But he'll definitely be back. Just coming into a really busy period of big tournaments for the top players.
53.
I presume he's high up on the one-year list.
Well, not as high as he'd like to be. He's actually only 22nd, so he's in the World Grand Prix, but Players' Championship with the top 16. The cut-off hasn't come yet, but he needs to obviously get in the 16 to be in that.
Oh, wow.
What we do know, though, is he's capable of winning any tournament. He's proven that. And this has been a good frame in the end because, as I say, the last one he had good chances, really, and kept going wrong. But the plant, obviously, to be left that was, okay, it was fortunate. But, as I say, you could argue it was unfortunate not to be on a red anyway. Bottom line is he's kept going, and now Zhao Guodong needs a snooker.
68.
Yeah, the initial red into the middle pocket was the shot for me. It was one he'd missed a couple of times, but he didn't shirk it. He just got down and knocked it in, held for a baulk colour.
Well, frame not done yet. 1 snooker required.
Yeah, and if Xiao could take these reds in a certain order and then leave the one closest to the pink to last, it should be a guaranteed snooker. Yeah, so this is going to be 10 or 15 minutes of anguish for Kyren Wilson, but he shouldn't really be suffering. Although that won't help matters for Zhao Guodong. Knocking the red safe, leaving the white on the side cushion. Yeah, I think we're going to be setting them up.
Frame conceded. Frame
Indeed we are, yeah. So it is 2-1 to Kyren Wilson, a much better frame from him, and he can still, of course, get to 3 points in winning this match and really tighten up what's already a very tightly contested group here. I think we all thought it would be with the players coming in, including this man, of course, Neil Robertson. He can get to 4. This is his last group match against Ben Woollaston. Woollaston won that rather disjointed opening frame we were watching earlier. But Robertson in amongst them here, looking good to level up. And I think he's timed it right here. He could have come earlier in the week, but I don't think he wanted necessarily 8 days
29.
here, which could have been. He's had 2 good days in a very competitive group. So it's the sort of ideal tune-up, I guess, ahead of the Masters for him. And of course, still, he could be in the winners group by the end of the night.
37.
probably the one player as well that doesn't really know who he's playing in the Masters yet. I think he's obviously due to play Ronnie, but Ronnie's
44.
Has Ronnie confirmed whether he's definitely coming yet?
I'm not sure there's such a thing as definite, but we know he's been practicing Ireland. I think the feeling is he will be there. Let's hope so.
Who's on standby?
Chris Wakeling.
All right.
He'd probably drive down to Ali Pally just in case.
Let the tyres down on Ronnie's car.
Yeah, it's Wednesday night, but no news either way. But I think he will play personally. Anyway, here we go, frame 4.
Yeah, let's hope so. Tournaments are always better when the rocket's in them. Yeah, this looks good. Yeah, just drop on this red on the black cushion, just make sure you don't leave it on. Yep, perfect. Having a look to see if he could pot that red near the pink. I'm not sure. I wouldn't have thought so, because I don't think he could get out from there. Yeah, that's a superb safety shot. Really put the pressure on Xiao. Well, is he having a go at this? Is it deep screw? Very close. He did actually cue that pretty good. This keeps going, if it keeps going. Wow. Oh dear. Leave this one to you, Dave.
Well, they used to say answers on a postcard, but no one sends postcards anymore. Played the two-cushion escape, but he's caught the wrong side of the red and he's left a red on. Now can he get out for a colour? Not easy to control. Got to be wary of the middle pocket. Yeah, he's swung it round nicely. That was the kiss. Well, it's not great. He's got the yellow with the rest, but that's about it. He'd love to pop this and get on that red across from the black.
and then somehow get the black back on its spot.
3.
Well, obviously the black goes past the blue into the middle, I can only presume. Well, he stayed down a little bit there on the shot. I think he thought he'd overhit it slightly and the white was going to sneak behind the pink. It's hard to tell just what is potable in that group of 5 reds. Just to the right of the pink spot. So Kyren staying well clear of those.
18.
Well, this really would shake the group up as if it needed it. He won this frame because he would go to 3 points. We've already got 4 other players on 3. Wilson has been lacking frames a little though. He'd be on 11 frames, so he'd be behind most of the others on 3 points. But still in the picture with a match to play, and that's where you want to be. You want it in your hands. He plays Ben Woollaston later, so you know when the mists sort of clear after we've had dinner, he'll know what he needs to do there.
Yeah, and I presume if Ben Woollaston doesn't win his match he's currently playing with Neil, he'll already be
34.
Relegated.
Yeah, he's only on 1 point at the moment.
Yeah, that was a nice little shot. Just stun off the pink now. Yeah, nice little cannon again. Now, can he?
41.
Well, that's a bonus if he can pot this one. Can he pot it and hold for the pink? It's probably his best option. He doesn't really want to be making cannons off the other red.
42.
Yeah, that was easier to control. Yeah, that's nice. He's 48 in front and
48.
There is still a fairly straightforward 20 points available.
So there's just that second frame where things went wrong and it wasn't very smooth sailing, but otherwise he's played well in this match. Like everybody, he's looking for confidence, he's looking for, obviously, to get to the winners group, that goes without saying, but outside of that, some matches against top players to toughen him up for what, as Peter says, is a big point in the season.
Yeah, and I'm absolutely certain then
63.
Kyren, if he is outside the rankings for the Players' Championship and the Tour Championship,
64.
he won't want to be sat at home while they're in progress.
No, I mean, he won the Players' Championship last year, but of course you don't get in as defending champ. Anyway, this black, he's match ball, and he's seen this out really nicely. Would like another red in, but a terrific break nonetheless. He's on this red, so should be 3-1 for Wilson.
72.
And as I say, the group continues to narrow.
7-9.
Yeah, well, we need to get Rachel Riley in to sort out the permutations, Dave. Can we rely on Dominic? That's a sentence that's never been said before.
Together at last, Rachel Riley and Dominic Dale.
86.
Well, because what is different for Wilson to some of the others, he has got another match, so as I say, it's in his hands. Certainly if he won that last match against Woollaston, he's coming back for the playoffs tonight. And he's going into that last match feeling good the way he's played here.
94.
Yeah, a couple of century breaks.
Yeah, started with 1 and has finished with 1. He's now had 29 this season.
100.
And he's struggling with the cue.
Seven. 109.
Yeah, he's
112.
speeding up to full speed.
116.
Well, a great start and a great finish. So Zhao Guodong still in the mix himself. He's got another match to play also against Gary Wilson.
127.
All coming up to the boil and might go down literally to the last couple of frames to see who the final 4 will be. But Kyren Wilson very much in the mix. The black stays out. So 127, the winning break from the 2024 World Champion Kyren Wilson. He defeats Zhao Guodong by 3 frames to 1. And as I say, they've each got another match to play. Zhao Guodong against Gary Wilson at 4:30, and at the same time, Wilson plays Ben Woollaston. So this is the table. There you see 5 players on 3 points. Remember, Sir Jarway got in the playoffs on 2 in Group 3 and indeed won the group. But this is a different sort of group. Matt Selt is top. He's won the most frames. And then after that, they're sorted by players who've lost the least frames. So Kyren Wilson is actually only 5th there, but he does have that extra match to come, whereas Selt and Xintong have finished. So that's it. You can watch, of course, Neil Robertson, Ben Woollaston over on table 2. That's 1 each currently. And we'll be back in about an hour and a half for the final session of Group 4 here in Leicester. So we'll see you later for plenty more snooker.
snooker fans all around the world.
We are here for the battle on the bays.
Quite simply, superb.
It's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. What a shot that is.
He's got the hot shots all to himself. The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class. And that's a shot that again will live long in the memory.
A very warm welcome back to the Mattioli Arena here in Leicester for the final sessions of Group 4 here at the BetVictor Championship Snooker League. 2 matches remain on tables 1 and 2. Zhao Guodong about to take on Gary Wilson here, and on the other table Kyren Wilson will be taking on Ben Woollaston. Very, very tight group table, but Ben Woollaston, I can tell you, will be relegated. He can win 3 matches, but he won't be able to win enough frames to remain in this year's Championship League. But it's quite simple, the equation. If Zhao Guodong were to win and Kyren Wilson were to win, they would be the only players who can get to 4 wins. So they would go top, first and second of the group, and that would push down Matt Selt and Neil Robertson to 3rd and 4th, which would mean they would qualify. But there's a lot to happen over on tables 1 and 2 in terms of permutations. We'll do our best to work it all out. So back to our main match table, table 1, and the players are in readiness, and it's Zhao Guodong who'll be breaking off. We have all the statisticians and mathematicians standing by to help work out these permutations, but hopefully it won't be too complicated. Peter Lyons with me here to enjoy these remaining matches.
Yeah, thank you, Dom. Yeah, so very simple for Zhao Guodong. If he wins, he's through.
If Gary Wilson were to win, no matter what happens, he would be able to get 5th place.
Yeah, so I presume then if Gary Wilson loses, he'll be relegated alongside Ben Woollaston.
Yeah, because that would mean that he can only win 2 matches. He's won 2 at the moment, and if he remains as a player winning 2 matches out of the 6 played, that won't be enough. Already 5 players that have won 3 matches, so he can't get through, and he won't return for the next group, which will be played of course after the Masters, which begins on Sunday.
That's a pretty good safety from Gary Wilson. Yeah, player would normally dump the white onto the black cushion here, but I think those 2 reds are available behind the black, so it's not really an option.
Has he really covered that red near the right corner? It looks as though there's a gap through to it, but there can't be. He'd have played it by now. I just wonder if the yellow's slightly in his way to come off the side cushion and rest upon those reds near the pink there. Always trying to play a delicate shot here by pushing through some balls and jamming everything together. I think he's played a great shot there.
He is touching, so should really find himself back in trouble. Now dare Gary Wilson risk coming off the baulk cushion and trying to get in behind the green.
Well, from where he is, he can't really leave the cue ball over the yellow side of the table. So guarantee blocking off the red near the right-hand corner pocket, so he's going to have to make sure he uses the green to do that.
Well, I think he's, has he overdone it? Oh, a little slap of the thigh suggests that he has. Yeah, position wasn't guaranteed, but he's got himself out of trouble with the pot.
Yeah, he was always going to have to rely on a lot of luck to be on a colour. On a bad day, he could have been snookered on all of them, but he's able to play a good safety shot now and turn the tables on Gary Wilson.
Yeah, not as difficult though, Dom, to get out of trouble. There is a path back down to balk, possibly in behind the yellow and brown. Got to be careful though, he doesn't push something towards the left-hand corner. Well, Dom, he's completely missed the red he was playing and suggesting that the table has rolled off slightly, and he's absolutely butchered the safety shot.
Yeah, all these players have had a good close look at the tables to see what could happen. I think it's fair to say, and it's an easy thing to say really, that Zhao Guodong, who has such a good temperament, has the decided advantage over Gary Wilson in that regard, but in terms of ability, well, we know how great a player Gary Wilson can be. Could be an interesting match.
He's left a slight angle on this, he could stun down for the black.
6.
Get it back on its spot. And he'll be really in business.
Yeah,
couldn't play that then, but there's a good chance could play it next, although I'm not really sure where the pink's going to go.
I was just about to say, if the pink spot's not available, it will go on the black spot and it'll tie them both up.
Yeah, and if the pink... Does it still pop past that red? This could be huge.
Ah, yes, it does, I think. My concern was that the pink itself would be too close to the black to be potable, but the potting angle is there for the pink, and I don't think that the red to the left of it is blocking the path to the pocket.
Yeah, if he can get himself slightly higher up on the pink here, then he could nudge the black towards the cushion to free the pink
14
for future shots.
Problem is here, he's got to be careful not to catch the wrong side of the black to block the two reds. And that was the other problem. If he didn't play it with enough power, he wouldn't stun the keyboard clear of the black spot for the easy red, and I'm not sure he's on it.
He may ask the referee to just spot this pink. Just one more last glance to see if he can pot it. If he can't, it's definitely an error. Yeah, doesn't, if he cannons off that red as well in position, doesn't want it to go in the way of the pink. Doesn't want it to go in the way of the pink.
That was a good shout, that, Peter. I think he might have been very lucky there, and I think the pink might still pot. The reason I say that, I think you'd know by now if it didn't. I know Zhao Guodong is fairly undemonstrative, but you'd know by now, I think, if that pink wouldn't go.
Where's the pink going? Well, that complicates things again. Playing a slightly more difficult pot here to try and clear the black spot. Gotta be careful he doesn't miss the pot.
28.
Yeah, that's a clever shot. Did hope to get on the pink, but got the wrong angle, so just buying himself a little bit of time by taking the green.
31.
Slight surprise when I checked the head-to-head between these two players, because I rate Gary Wilson so highly. He's a multiple ranking event winner, but Zhao Guodong is actually 6-2 ahead on the head-to-heads.
Just about held up, I think. He's travelled a little bit further than he would have wanted. Can't really risk playing for the black at the moment. Just a little delicate screw shot for the blue.
Just to mention, over on table 2, Kyren Wilson, although he's still going, has done more than enough to secure victory in the opening frame, so it will be 1-0 to the Kettering Qist. Would you be, I was going to say, Peter, would you happily run through for the black here? Doesn't need to though, I suppose. It's missable.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't be entertaining the black at this stage with a 45-point lead. I'd be happy leaving it where it is.
I only said that because it's rather irksome having to keep going up and down for the blue all the time from these reds.
Yeah, not much more work to do though to secure this first frame. He's queued up pretty well. He's managed to get top side of the blue every shot.
Yeah, you're right. He only had to do it a couple more times. And now, not as imperative to get high side of the blue. He just needs to be on it because that would be frame ball.
55.
Didn't want to take any chances at the perfect angle to drop onto the black, but again he struck that perfectly. He'd like to get one more red, even though the blue is frame ball. Should be two cushions in behind those two reds.
Yeah, just regarding the black, it would be actually an easier pot if it were closer to the cushion than where it is there.
Yeah, I think that's put an end to this frame. That safety error from Gary Wilson has definitely cost him this first frame.
$67. $68. $70.
Yeah, this has been hard work for 70 points. Only 2 reds left.
71. $76.
Yeah, he's going to need a unbelievable shot on the black
77.
if he wants to complete the century. Yeah, magnificent.
84. $86.
Oh, what a shame. Snooked on the green. Needs a fluke to continue any hopes of a century break. And no joy. So an excellent break nevertheless from Zhao Guodong of 86, and he comfortably wins frame 1 to take a 1-0 lead in this very important match here on table 1. Kyren Wilson over on table 2 has already won the first frame against Ben Woollaston. Both of these players actually, both Zhao Guodong and Gary there, having good seasons. Gary Wilson is 14th on the 1 season points, so just points gained during the course of this season. Zhao Guodong 11th on that list. So both these players are performing very consistently this season. Gary plays in the Masters on Monday night. It's a tough task against the world champion Xiao Xintong. Of course, Zhao Guodong will be making his debut in the Masters. My notes mixed up, actually. He has played at the Masters before, Zhao Guodong. Something I never managed to achieve playing in the Masters. I'd love to have played in the Masters because of the atmosphere. It's one of the most special atmospheres.
Yeah, one of the best tournaments on the snooker calendar. The London crowd come out in force.
Yeah, it's not a ranking event, the Masters, but it's such a prestigious event in terms of the prize money and the atmosphere and the importance of it. And of course, you've got to beat the game's finest players to win it.
Yeah, the history of the tournament is just one of those tournaments that even as a kid you remember.
Just wonder if a red might go close to this left corner here if he plays off the end red of the pack as we look. Oh, he's okay. Black tied up though, as is the pink, so bit of an ugly beginning to the frame because of that.
Yeah, well, that's a pretty good safety shot. Yeah, that's a pretty good reply.
Well, Xiao plays this rightmost red and gets the cue ball over towards the yellow side of the table. There won't be any access to this right-hand side of the table. Will be blocked off by the blue and the pink, and that's the intention there of Zhao Guodong. Just flicked the blue, but it's turned out beautifully. Can't really see a shot he can play here, Peter.
He could possibly try and just drop into the left-hand side cushion where those red and black are, and try and get the white sort of jammed in behind the red closest to the cushion.
Yeah, maybe he could come off the top cushion with a trace aside and get in behind them that way. There's still a chance he could leave a red to the right corner, but he wouldn't be able to get onto a colour from it.
Can't afford to leave that red into the middle, which is exactly what he's done. And now he's saying that that rolled off, but I think that needed a little bit of side. But the pace he played it, the side had all worn off by the time it got to the cushion.
Yes, I mean, even these superfine cloths are not frictionless, so basically when you apply side spin to a ball, if that ball is in contact with the cloth for a long time before it makes contact with the object ball, the friction on the cloth will diminish the amount of side spin. There was none left on that by the time it struck the cushion rail to take effect.
Yeah, Xiao not having to really work for his chances at the moment. He's going to need a good shot here though to get position. Yeah, no, he's on a red, but has he got the angle to get back out for a colour? He must have the, he's got down quickly, that's normally a good sign.
Seven.
Well, really had to force that cue ball out though.
Yeah, didn't he play that well? I'm sure he played for the pink. Now, on this occasion, if the pink spot's occupied, it'll do Zhao Guodong a favour, because it'd be very handy should it be spotted on the black spot.
Yeah, we'll soon find out. It goes easy, so
13.
Again, it's only really the blue to play for.
If you left yourself on the blue to go into those three reds and the black, you'd really fancy being on one of those three reds, if not something else. And you could bring the black into play. But, you know, there aren't any guarantees, that's the thing, and players don't like trusting to luck positionally.
Wow, does the ping pot? Oh, yes, it does. Yeah, there's still reds available then round the pink. Got to be careful with the angle he leaves after potting this pink on the next red.
It's a sharp start, this, isn't it, from Zhao Guodong? He's done precious little wrong so far.
20.
Yeah, he's been left easy openers in both frames, but so far he's taken them well.
Yeah,
he's overhit that. Would like to have been at least another 6 to 8 inches closer to the pink. Doesn't want to snooker himself on the next red. Got to make sure he gets back across. He's played for the red below the pack, Dominic.
27.
Yeah, I, like you, thought he'd be playing for the outer red there of that little group, but he has this secondary option. Probably have to go up for the blue, though, to the left centre from it. Little firm. We could still play the yellow and play for the red just below the pink.
To be precise, though. This needs to be judged well. Here it comes. Is it going to get there? It's a little bit short.
30.
Yeah, no. He's got a 30-point lead, but if he takes this red on, he's going to be opening all the reds up.
There's a little plant to the right of this red, and those two reds are going to move, and I wonder if he'll fluke one here into the other corner.
So, didn't pot it, and a chance for Gary Wilson to pot his first balls. Yeah, not a great table. Won't be winning the frame at this visit, but should get back in the game. Should get more or less to level.
He was lucky there, Peter, wasn't he, Zhao Guodong, because he missed the red, but most of the balls he cannoned into found cushion rails.
Yeah, and didn't touch the reds around the black either, so didn't bring that into play.
7. 8.
Well, he's not straight enough on the pink to play the red next to the black spot into the left corner. Important frame this for Gary Wilson, isn't it? Because to win from 2-0 down would be a tall order against somebody like Zhao Guodong.
21.
stayed down a little bit longer there. I think he thought he'd missed that. Did send it a little bit wide, but just about managed to sneak it in. Yeah. Did say he'd probably get around level before
48.
The hard work had to start, and only 2 points in it now. But unfortunately, every red from now on is safe.
29.
Just stretching too much there and didn't get the action on the cue ball that he needed to. Do well to get on a red from the pink. Oh, what's he played for here? Nothing.
Safety shot now, I feel.
35.
Probably play the red that's on the black cushion if you can. I don't think, doesn't want to risk opening these balls up, sending the white round the table, and somehow find that he knocks a red out into the open. Well,
Gary Wilson 35.
He's got a good white, but that was fraught with danger.
I think he must have banked on getting a good cue ball there, because as you say, that was potentially a big risk he took. Even though he has got a good cue ball within probably a centimetre of the baulk cushion, he's still left a potable red on. And Zhao Guodong feels forced to take it on. If he can knock it in, he'll score quite well from it.
He's got it too thick, and is he leaving it? Can he get past that blue? There's no raise of the hand, so maybe he can.
I think that's finished about as well as it could possibly have finished there for Zhao Guodong. The cannon on the blue leaves this potable red to the left corner awkward. And it does look as though the blue is just hiding the potting angle of the red next to the green. Very lucky there, Zhao Guodong, he really was.
Now, will he have a go at this red into the green pocket? Or will it be just a safety shot, knock the red back down the table? Yeah, he did have a go at it, but he hasn't potted it, and he has left it. So Gary, a chance 5 in front, but he's almost certainly going to need all of the reds to win the frame.
One. Three.
Well, he'll have to play a cannon on the red below the one that he's about to pot. He won't know where the cue ball is going to finish. If it slows down, it won't be too bad. It could be worse, but still missable.
And he has knocked one of the reds out, but the other 2 reds are still not in good positions. the blue going to come to his rescue? I don't think so.
Gary Wilson, 4.
Although the pink has.
Yeah, he was at full stretch there, wasn't he? He almost had to lunge forward to strike the cue ball. Now, Zhao Guodong could play a delicate cannon here and bring the black into play. One thing he won't risk, I don't think, is trying to cannon the red and the pink, because if he cannons the red, he could pot the pink.
Yeah, I thought it might be worth a risk trying to cannon the red, Dom. Trying to nudge it out of the way slightly. Yeah. Although now, he's got nothing. Could he possibly now play off the black and in behind the pink?
Well, if you can imagine that cue ball next to the pink just behind it, would be a tough snooker to escape from. He didn't look at it, he took a risk.
Yeah.
So we don't want.
I think our shot was a better option, but didn't even contemplate it. Worst ways you could have played off the cushion directly into the pink. And instead, all he did was just leave Gary Wilson a pot.
Still got lots of work to do, because the red behind the black spot is very missable if you don't get onto it well, and you'll need a colour from it, and you'll need a couple of the bulk colours as well to make the frame safe. Oh, he's missed the green. Goodness me, too much eye on the positional aspects of the shot, Peter, I think.
Gary Wilson, 1.
Yeah, that's a unforgivable miss. And could be very, very costly. Now he's one good positional shot away here, Guodong, from taking a 2-0 lead. And expect him to pot this. Can he get on a colour?
He can easily get close to the yellow here by powering the pink in, but can he actually get onto it to pot it? I don't think there's any problem getting up the table from here with a lot of power and backspin and reverse side.
Yeah, but don't miss the pink. Don't snooker yourself.
Where was the side spin?
7.
That's comprehensive snooker on the yellow. That's about as much emotion as you'll see from Xiao, but he's very disappointed there.
Yeah, didn't get any gear on it whatsoever. Now he's got to just hope he gets this yellow safe.
So we're on 7.
Yeah, this is the biggest frame of the entire group, I think. Yeah, both had chances to already wrap this frame up.
Great chance here to play the yellow in behind the black spot. Could get the cue ball in behind the brown. Decelerated a little, but the side spin on the cue ball's helped.
Trust into luck again. Wants it to slow up. And it hasn't. Well, so dumb. Yes or no?
Well, Zhao Guodong likes these stun shots with balls just off straight. I'm going to fancy him to knock this in.
good strike. That's just pressure.
Lucky there though, wasn't he, to leave the yellow safe? Really was. I'll just give you a quick update on the other match featuring Ben Woollaston and Kyren Wilson. And it's Kyren Wilson with a 2-0 lead over on table 2 with breaks of 78 and 55.
Good length on the safety, but he would have been hoping he could sneak it behind one of the colours. Well, he's down fairly quickly here. I think he's down a little too quickly.
Again, just decelerated, didn't get the purchase on the cue balls. Looking to get more stun on it to leave it near the bolt cushion, and look where the yellow's gone. It's in the middle of nowhere. Oh, but Gary's missed it. He's normally such a good potter.
Yeah, I think they both realise how important this frame is. Both just desperate to pot that crucial ball.
This is tough. It won't be easy to get a good cue ball and a good yellow, and if he plays a yellow around the angles, it could end up going near this right hand corner. He managed to cross double it and avoid the double kiss. I wasn't sure he could.
Gonna come to his rescue. It looks like it. Now, is this another chance? I think it is. I think it cuts. But again, he's missed it, and again it's run safe.
These are good chances that Gary's not taking advantage of. Will he get another? Is he gonna get the snooker behind the blue? I think Gary's expression suggests yes.
Yeah, it's funny how the mind works. Gary's had two great opportunities to win this frame on this yellow. And then feels a bit aggrieved when his opponent flukes a snooker. Was close.
I wonder if Xiao can play the yellow towards the brown and get the cue ball in behind the green here. No. Got the cue ball behind the green though. What a great shot that was. Took a risk with the yellow. Could have left that on.
No, this is worrying times. But again, it's safe. This frame might never end. Wow, that's a terrible shot and puff of the cheeks from Gary. Yeah, not quite a snooker, but safe.
Well, if Xiao can play the yellow in behind the black spot here, there's a chance he could get a snooker using blue or pink. Played it the other way and come across the yellow. I think that was a better shot choice actually. He's had a good chance of getting a snooker behind the brown, but he hasn't.
Needs it to run. I think it does cut. But for Gary Wilson, he's pushed the pink safe. And Zhao will need it. I'm not sure he can cut this in and hold nicely for the green, but surely this cut's done.
Yeah, and I think he can hold for the green if he plays it delicately. No, he wanted to go around the table. I don't know why. I don't think he needed to.
No, and he's got nowhere near the green.
Two.
He has got a shot at it, but it's not easy, and both players need the pink now. This frame's going the distance. Yeah, that's pretty good. Cued that very well. Now, will he try and move the pink dom, or will it be the double?
Well, there are so many of the world's top players that have been around the game a long time, be very happy to leave a double on that. Mark Williams, certainly. John Higgins, another. Selby. And many others. Kyren. Just the older school of player. I think you and I would like to leave a double on it.
Well, he's not even on the blue. It's a terrible shot.
Nine.
Yeah, this has been hard work, this frame. You can tell there's a lot at stake.
Zhao Guodong, 9.
Xiao would now love to see that black being cannoned to a cushion somewhere. Gary Wilson needs the 3 remaining colours. Zhao Guodong, blue and pink.
Yeah, I think he'd rather see Gary Wilson foul, leave him only needing a ball. Yeah, this isn't a straightforward safety shot by any means. This isn't a straightforward pot by any means.
5.
Well, okay, if the blue catches the jaw, he could have left the pot on, but he won't be happy having to play a safety shot like this on the pink.
Is it the cross double? Twice across and try and get the pink on the bolt cushion. Oh, the cue's in the air. He knows he's caught it too thin. It's a chance.
5.
I'll give you another chance, Dom. Yes or no?
Oh, it's hard to say, isn't it? But, you know, I'll promise you that Xiao will be disappointed if he doesn't pot it. Depends how he plays. He could play it with a little bit of right-hand side and try and get the cue ball behind the black as well. So there's a multiple purpose in this shot.
You just sit on the fence, Dom.
He'll pot it. Told you.
In fact, Dom, he's left it. Or has he?
Oh, I don't know.
Has he?
He has. It's very, very thin though, but I think it's less of a cut than it may appear.
This will almost certainly be game over either way. Or will it? He's not on the black.
Well, would he take a double on, do you think? What do you think?
Yeah, maybe vodka after this frame.
Dear. Some of our backroom staff agree with you. Took the double on.
6.
Oh dear, again, this is one of those blacks. If you're Gary Wilson, you probably fancy Zhao Guodong to pot it, but I'm not sure Zhao Guodong will.
Yeah. Now then.
Well, the third time of asking. When it mattered most, when it was a black ball game, he does knock a good black in. And so Zhao Guodong, pressure relieved, he takes a 2-0 lead. Now, we left Kyren Wilson and Ben Woollaston at 2-0 to Kyren Wilson. It's now 2-1. Which Kyren has the advantage here in the fourth frame. Narrow lead of 15 points, but Ben Woollaston has a tough safety to play here. He knows he'll be relegated no matter what. He's just playing for prize money.
Yeah, I think he might have to pot his way out of trouble here. Don't really see any route to a safe position. Yeah, that's what he's tried. He didn't get it though. Now does this red cut?
Surely it won't cut in. It could be doubled and Kyren could screw the cue ball back to a similar position for the black, but no, he's eyeing at something else. He's one good pot away from giving himself the chance to win 3-1. Nope. Good cue ball though.
Yeah, this is not a very appealing shot, the red into the middle pocket. He'd probably get on the black if he potted it, but I don't think he'll fancy it at all.
Well, you've been practicing on these tables and I've had a good look at them, and from this sort of an angle there's not much of the pocket opening visible. To Ben Woollaston, he won't like this at all. I can't believe he took it on. Did he take it on?
Yeah, he's played it very negatively, even if he did. He didn't go for that with any conviction whatsoever.
going to leave them to it. I'll keep you up to date with what happens in that 4th frame, but as always, Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, your destination if you want to watch what goes on there. Zhao Guodong intimating that one of the colours perhaps isn't on its spot correctly.
Got it all to do. Gonna play some flawless snooker if he wants to have any chance of staying in this year's Championship League.
Yes, he was hoping victory here would assure him 5th place in the group. Zhao Guodong can win one more frame, then his progression to the semi-finals is assured.
Yeah, you got to think in 3 frames he's going to get at least one chance to win it. Gary's a very determined character. He won't stop trying.
Tough though now for Gary, having lost that 2nd frame when he had chances. It could have been 1-1. And psychologically, he's in that situation now, Peter, when he's almost playing snooker when you don't feel like playing snooker anymore, because, you know, he's sort of slightly deflated as a result of losing that 2nd frame.
Yeah, it was a huge body blow. On the back foot here in the safety exchange. Oh dear, he needs his red to go in.
Is he waving his arms in the air? Is there a gap between the green and the blue?
Or a plane coming into land.
Or several.
Yeah, there was a gap, yeah.
What?
Yeah, pink's available, so it's a chance. Balls are nicely spread. A bit like a practice routine, this, Dom.
Well, not one of mine. I'd have all the reds over the pockets. I don't think that Zhao Guodong will want to play position on the black until he can get rid of just one of those reds either side of the black spot, which would help to bring it into play.
14.
Yeah, just nice little shot that to screw back through the gap. We'll play high on the red closest to the cue ball now.
Yeah, that's the safe shot to play.
21.
You could have played for a red just above and to the right of the black spot. Leave yourself high on it to cannon out one of those two reds away from the black to be on the black, and that would have brought that into play. But you know, you're right, Peter, in many ways. He doesn't need to take risks positionally with the balls as they are and the lead that he has.
22.
Yeah, just make sure you control that cue ball and leave it as easy as possible. I think the secret to this, when you get to match point, is don't overcomplicate. Is
27.
one of the easiest balls to pot into the open pocket if you can just keep stunning out. Well, I'm a little bit surprised at what he's played there, Dominic.
He got so much action on the cue ball there. That to me is indicative of a little bit of moisture in the atmosphere. I once played Ali Carter actually in the Championship League, and it was so humid in the auditorium. He tried to screw back 6 or 8 inches and he screwed back sort of 18 inches 2 feet, and you couldn't know when that was going to happen. And did it happen there?
Yeah, well, what we do know is he needs a really good pot now to keep this break going. This has to be cued superbly. Pot this red and screw through the gap for the pink in the same centre pocket. Yeah, and 34. Didn't he strike that one well?
Well, now he could screw back for that red just above the black, slightly to the right, to just cannon one of those reds away from the black and leave himself on it. Again, you know, I suppose 34, 40 if he pots the pink. He doesn't need to take that risk.
Yeah, and I think he's taken the right option. 40 in front. There's another 28 points sitting there. That'll take him to the winning post if he takes at least 4 pinks, but that has come up well short of its mark.
That was the only problem. The cue ball's having to travel 2.5, maybe 3 feet off the top cushion for position on the pink, and it's easy to misjudge. If he can get onto the black, position there would become easier.
47.
Now, does he play the shot now? Because he could cannon one of the reds towards the left corner and beyond the black. Played for the gap. I don't think he played the cannon.
48.
Yeah, he struck the ball very cleanly in this break so far. A lot of the pots, in fact all of the pots, have gone right in the heart of the pocket.
I suppose he could play for the black now. I'm thinking 54. That the red to the right of the black spot would still pot anyway if you're high on it. I'll be amazed if he plays for the pink now.
55.
Well, to be honest, Dom, though, looking at that, I think he's come a little bit awkward. I'm not sure whether he wanted to be slightly lower down or slightly higher up, but he's going to have to leave himself a tricky pot on the red.
Yeah, he didn't seem to stun that. He could have been a lot closer to the black. And he's missed it.
Zhao Guodong.
Yeah, that was not a good finish to the break there. Left himself really awkward. Now, is there anything for Gary Wilson to go at? Does this red cut past the black? Can he see the one on the black spot?
I think he can, yeah. Well, he's got an angle on the pink, hasn't he, to bring reds into play, but no guarantee of remaining on a red, but you have to take these chances, don't you, sometimes?
Yeah, but has he got anything left in the tank? He's been a little bit unlucky there.
7.
As the slow trudge around the table suggested. But he's still in there, he's hanging in there, 48 behind. Still 67 on.
Let's just congratulate Kyren Wilson because he's won his match over on table 2 against Ben Woollaston by 3 frames to 1. Rates of 78, 55 and 65. The catalysts to that win.
Doesn't want a bump. Needs the green to come to his rescue. And it hasn't. This is Zhao Guodong's chance. Just steadying himself for one good pot.
Oh, in it goes.
Where's the cue ball?
He's okay.
Well spotted,
1.
Dom.
It just looked a touch high. And if he pots the blue...
I fancy him for the next red.
Yes. I hope Gary doesn't concede here, though, because he'll be fine. There are still enough points on the table. But if he does pot the red, maybe he will come forward to shake the hand of Zhao Guodong.
6.
And hopefully I'll know who's going to contest the semi-finals.
Oh!
Oh my goodness.
Nearly spun it in the pocket.
Dear, dear. Well, I'm going to assume Zhao Guodong has won this match. Kyren Wilson has won, so both he and Zhao Guodong, Matthew Selt and Neil Robertson will be the 4 qualifiers. Because at the moment they're number 1 and 2 in the group. So they'll be pushed down to 3 and 4.
14.
And they'll qualify along with Zhao Guodong and Kyren Wilson.
Dare I ask you who's playing who?
I knew you'd say that.
$15.
So Zhao Guodong will be... Right, I think Zhao Guodong will play Neil Robertson. Getting the thumbs up there. I think that will be that. Yes, indeed. So Gary Wilson does shake the hand of Zhao Guodong. Congratulations to Zhao Guodong. Gary Wilson, though, will be relegated along with Ben Woollaston, having suffered that 3-0 defeat. So we'll be back for the first of those semi-final playoffs in approximately 5 minutes from now.
Joshua Filler with an absolute dominating win. Moritz Neuhausen is your new Premier League pool winner.
Aloysius Xiao makes the ultimate statement. What a journey Paulo Biondo he's made to the pinnacle of his sport.
Aloysius Xiao has completed a terrific transatlantic double.
He didn't want to jump on the table in Florida, but he can't resist this time. Aloysius, you are a superstar.
The breakthrough has come for Piers Lamutas.
Team Asia, they've won the Reyes Cup again.
David Arcade, it's your turn again, buddy.
Can you believe it? An absolute nightmare for Tyler Steyer.
Europe have won the Moscone Cup.
I'm Barry Hearn, president of Matchroom Sport.
Talk to me. I'm Eddie Hearn, the chairman of Matchroom Sport.
My son and heir, I call him my project. He's good, but he's not yet great. I'm fucking watching you.
We are the biggest sports promotional company in the world.
Matchroom started as a £100 company and now worth north of £1 billion.
Look at what the old man has done. I never wanted to work for my dad, but you have to play the hand you're dealt.
Eddie, he has ego. It's a weakness, and I won't give up control until I'm sure he's ready.
Boxing is an important element of the revenue stream, but only an element. We've got the greatest snooker player to ever play the game.
The biggest profit earner is darts.
There's no business that has the drama.
If I found out you knew about it, you're done.
The ego. Jesus Christ. What is that? The aggravation.
Oh, shit! We need fair judges next time.
The most important thing for my dad is winning. The world's come crashing down on us. I mean, what's going to make you feel better?
Please, could I get a packet of pickled onion Monster Munch?
We need to talk about Conor Benn. We need to get him back in a ring.
Yeah! How you getting on with Jake Paul?
He's taken a number of shots at me.
Come talk.
And I ain't going to back down.
Show me what you've got.
I'm going to make our company
bigger and better
than ever.
Let's go!
Global domination.
Nothing less.
I still don't understand why the shirt's off.
So we're just a few moments away from the playoffs here in Group 4 of the BetVictor Championship League. The group phase was closely contested, just 2 points between them. Look at that. Now, Ben Woollaston there, he finished last on 2 points. Sergio Way actually qualified for the playoffs on 2 points in Group 3 and won the whole thing. But, of course, this has been a much more closely contested group. Zhao Guodong top, so he will play Neil Robertson, and Kyren Wilson will play Matt Selt. That's how it works. Xintong is eligible to come back for Group 5 on January 19. Gary Wilson and Ben Woollaston relegated, but very, very tight. In fact, Gary Wilson in the end missed out by 1 frame. So that's how close it was, but we kind of thought it would be in this group. All these players so evenly matched. But that is how it has all concluded. Yeah, so we know it's going to be Zhao Guodong against Neil Robertson and Kyren Wilson against Matthew Selt. Dominic, we can stop getting the abacus out and just concentrate on what we were used to, knockout snooker.
Well, yeah, I had a printout of the table and I was putting the frames won and lost in as I went along just to help the potential difficulties as regards to permutations, but it was quite straightforward in the end. Gary had to win to have any chance of coming back for the next group after the Masters, but of course he lost, so it was quite a simple, straightforward equation in the end. Gary Wilson and Ben Woollaston relegated because 2 wins from 6 just didn't cut it. And of course, you know, the 2 winners, Kyren Wilson and Zhao Guodong, topped the table because they were the only 2 players who could get to 4 points, and they did.
So it's going to be Zhao Guodong, Neil Robertson. Now, of course, they played in the group. It was 3-2 to Zhao Guodong. He made a 1-3-6 actually in the deciding frame. That was earlier today, but we'll see. The mood often changes, I think, when we go to knockout. It's kind of more what the guys are used to, and there's no second chances now in this group. If you lose, you are obviously eligible to come back in Group 5, but that's going to be it for today. So let's see how it all unfolds. Table 2, Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel for Kyren Wilson and Matt Selt. Yeah, Zhao Guodong, of course, this is his 4th day here. He got to the semis of Group 3, lost out there. He actually, again, he topped that group as well, so can he this time convert? He actually won 5 out of 6 there, but lost 3-2 to Zhao, the eventual group winner. This is Neil Robertson's first group, of course, this year.
Does look a little weary, Zhao Guodong, but it's worth mentioning that Neil Robertson hasn't been at his best today. He's just been a little off colour, but, you know, he's such a great player. That can quickly change.
Yeah, I guess Zhao Guodong's problem is, you know, even if he wins this match, he's then got to play the final. It's 3 matches in a row with no break at all, really, but that's the nature of this event. Just waiting for Neil Robertson. Yeah, Neil Robertson. I knew it was him. And he's had a little break. There was a very spirited discussion over dinner about all sorts of issues in the game, but now we're going to do the talking on the table. I noticed you kept out of it, Dom, which is very diplomatic of you.
Yes, I've tried my best over many years to train myself just to take a back seat and disassociate myself with these arguments.
Very wise. Anyway, it was all good fun, and hopefully this match will be as well. Neil just getting all these ducks in a row here, all the things he's going to need. Best of 5 still, first to 3. It's now £300 a frame. Of course, they're guaranteed 1,000 for reaching the semi-finals. It's 2,000 for reaching the final, and the winner will pick up 3,000, plus all the money they've accumulated. Plus, of course, crucially, what it's all about is getting in the winners group. We've got Tom Ford, Elliott Leicester, and Zhao. Neil Robertson just doing his stretches, and we're off and running Zhao Guodong to break. Yeah, it's not golf, Neil, it's snooker.
That was a bad golf swing, that, though, was it?
Well, that's his other great passion. But he's pretty handy on a snooker table, as we know. World number 3, top of the 1-year list this season, having won the Saudi Arabia Masters, the £500,000 first prize. Semi-finalist recently at the UK Championship. He also reached the final of the lucrative Riyadh Season Championship, which is a big invitation event, so certainly financially it's been a lucrative affair, and it makes him dangerous because, of course, I was saying this time last year he only got in the Masters because Ronnie O'Sullivan withdrew. He was the next one on the list, but he wasn't actually in the top 16 then.
Could have been a great safety if he'd hidden this red near the right corner. Actually, he may have done. Is it possible to plant one red onto the other? Some players would take that on. But Neil's been rather circumspect today. Hasn't been his usual attacking self. Is he taking the plant on? Or does the red pot? I don't think the red does pot directly. Plant it was. Double kiss the red, and the cue ball's coming round nicely. Yeah, the red to the centre will cut in, but maybe Zhao Guodong will have to come in and out of bulk with the cue ball for his colour. promise you Judd Trump would go into the pack of reds here from the blue. He'd screw into them, split them out far and wide, but I don't think that's Zhao Guodong's MO, if I'm honest. Did go into them from the brown, and I have to say that's the result of all results.
Yeah, it doesn't always work out, does it? But he tried to make something happen, and it did. So Zhao Guodong
6.
Now looking to do the damage. Now he's in. Just while we watch this, of course, there is qualifying going on in Sheffield for the Welsh Open. Jimmy White, 63 years of age, defeated Sonny Akani 4-1. So Jimmy's enthusiasm is quite extraordinary for someone who, let's be honest, has had a few knocks in the sport, but just seems to love it more than ever.
13.
Congratulations to him. He's in the next round of qualifying.
Well, I do believe Zhao Guodong, well, he must think that that pink does not respot. He just asked the referee, can you check again, but doesn't seem to be happening.
Well, I think he said, are you sure? And the referee said yes.
Fyodor Kaplanov's the referee. Latvia.
Yeah, they've done a good job, haven't they? The two Latvian lads and also Polish referee.
28.
And I'm sure, because certainly these two young lads from Latvia, they're obviously starting out on their refereeing journey. What a privilege to be refereeing, you know, these top players.
29.
Yeah, and just a word on the referees. They're very young. I think this young man is only 19 years old. The other referees is also 19 years old. But it's great to have so many European referees, isn't it? It just shows how popular snooker must be in Europe, for there to be referees of this calibre.
Yeah, and it's like anything, you know, you need new people to come through, because in the last couple of years, Brendan Moore, Paul Collier,
44.
Jan Verhaas, now Leo Scullion, you know, very experienced referees have all retired. Well, promising opening this for Zhao Guodong.
Well, the red that's directly above the black would be good to cannon into. It doesn't necessarily have to. Well, if he's not on a red now, he'll be very, very disappointed with himself that he didn't play that cannon. Because he'd be cannoning one of the reds that's right in the middle of all that little group of six, and You just hit it anywhere. If you don't get on the red next to it, you'll be on something else. Could just see it though.
53. Zhao Guodong, 53.
That came out of nowhere, didn't it? Did he have to be very precise with the cue ball there? Did something distract him? From a positional point of view, I don't think he's on his next red anyway, is he? Is it something that pots? Well, he most certainly was on a red. Chance for Neil here, but he has a couple of awkward reds to contend with. About 3 or 4. He's pushed the pink against one red. There are 2 reds together and 2 on cushion rails.
Look for all the world though, like being 1-0 down, so it's a real lifeline he's been thrown here.
8.
And it's in the playoffs where you expect the real big hitters to sort of come alive. They've been jockeying for position, as all the players have been in the league phase, but I mean, there's very few better winners in the sport than Neil Robertson.
Absolutely, and I wonder if Neil will play the cannon that I suggested that Zhao Guodong played. And there is the cannon, perfectly played.
And
something else worth mentioning here, that red by the pink I'm sure pots into the left corner. And it's because of that that Neil may be able to leave himself on the black in such a way as to cannon into play the red near the right side cushion, knowing that he'll have that red next to the pink as a fail-safe. Can he screw back here and develop the red near the left side cushion? May have the right angle. Well, if he's straight enough to run through the black into the left corner, he could leave himself an angle to cannon out into play that red near the right side cushion. And I think he is straight enough on it. Tried to leave himself on the blue to run through and cannon that red near the cushion, and he hasn't gone far enough. Brown would have been an alternative, but he can't see enough of it to pot it. He's so nice on this black, he may be able to punch the cue ball through. I was going to suggest to play for the red near the left-hand side cushion. Oh, has that just run through too far? It may have done.
38.
It doesn't look as though that red will cut, but can he double the other one?
Well,
what a result for Neil Robertson. Play the double. It can on the other red. Ran through it. And into the pocket, thank you very much. Finished beautifully on the black, and the other red's in open play.
Six.
Well, Zhao Guodong was nicely in, wasn't he? But just broke down out of nowhere, really. As I say, if anyone's going to raise their game, the chance to get to a final, win the final, and Neil Robertson, an obvious candidate. Kyren Wilson's won the first frame against Matthew Selt.
Well, does need the pink, and he's slightly the wrong side of the blue. It shouldn't be a problem.
No, I mean, he would pop probably 10 out of 10 of these, to be honest. Yeah, no problem. So Neil Robertson then pounces. Zhao Guodong will feel he should have won that frame for sure, but it's gone to the Melbourne man, who leads this semi-final 1-0. Just on the, I mentioned the Welsh Open qualifying, the game's oldest professional, Jimmy White, won his qualifying match, his first match, and the game's youngest professional, Michal Shubacek from Poland, has done the same. He's beaten Atem Yassin, so he's 14, Jimmy's 63, and it's great to see, isn't it? It's, you know, both sides of the coin there having some success up in Sheffield.
Yes, we saw Michal performing in the shootout. He did rather well, and he's a great player for one so young. He actually is a really, really good player, and he's about 6 feet tall as well. You know, he's got about 6 or 7 years growing in him. It's a concern that he might end up being 6'7", and that's probably too tall for snooker.
He was practicing last week with Xintong up in one of the academies, and indeed Ronnie O'Sullivan has practiced with him as well. So anyway, well done to him.
Well, he'll be very pleased with that break that he made there, although it wasn't without a bit of good fortune when it mattered. Attempted a double, fluked the red, and was able to make the winning clearance, but this is where the mindset changes, because it's now a straight knockout, and that will suit the mindset of most of these top players.
The second frame, Neil Robertson to break.
Not very often you play. Alright, I beg your pardon. Not very often you see Neil Robertson play a shot like that, but it just shows it's within his capabilities. He's a player that uses quite a small tip size. It's just below 9mm, so he's able to screw the cue ball back with effortless ease. Chance here perhaps to try and get the cue ball in behind the brown if he plays it well. That's a very good pot from Zhao Guodong. He'd like to, if he can, get onto the red nets of the blue to bring the blue into play, because pink and black for now are tied up. Took a bit of a risk there trying to bring the pink into play, but that part of the shots worked out very nicely. And he's clearly on a red to the right corner, but the angle on it isn't favourable.
Yeah, the head comes down, and that's the end of that score and visit.
5.
I think the only slight concern for Zhao Guodong, he might just be flagging a little bit. You know, he had 2 days prior to this, of course. Got to the semi-finals of Group 3. He just played a match literally against Gary Wilson, albeit he did win that comfortably.
Zhao Guodong, 5.
But we saw in that first frame when he was nicely in, and maybe just a slight lapse in concentration cost him.
Well, there are 2 reds here, and I think Zhao Guodong is playing one. He hasn't looked at these, but they're a plant, are they not? Or could be made into one. Didn't look at them. Could easily have been made. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . He's going to have to drop onto this red nearest the left corner off the side cushion. There's no path back to bulk. Now, is that good enough? Certainly the red closest to the black spot is potable. And there is a little channel there through all the balls for Neil to play for potentially the green if he wants to take the pressure off the pot. The frame interesting, putting that red there. Neil can't play a safety shot into bulk. That red will cut in. It's a very thin one, and Neil won't have any idea at all where the cue ball is likely to finish. All he'll know is, or expect, is for the cue ball to travel down towards the centre of the table and amongst all the reds. That really did have to go in. Deserves to be on a colour. But it could have been better.
Yeah, he's not helped by the fact the colour's basically not on their spot, is he? You know, if the blue had been on its spot, they'd be in business, but it's never quite that straightforward. But he's still taking this blue on. Yeah, you could hear the sigh before the blue got near the pocket. He knew it wasn't going in.
Well, that could have been a little better. You might think this green is a certainty, but still a fairly acute angle. No problem though. And playing for the red next to the black is a big help because that brings the black into play.
4.
As you can see, there are no reds surrounding the black spot either, so this has to be regarded as a great chance.
5. $12. 13. 20. 21.
Zhao Guodong, I'm sure, will be very keen
28.
to take full advantage of this opportunity and not to repeat the mistake of the previous frame when he was looking set for victory and missed that black off the spot.
29.
Yeah, and that's why it's important to really focus here.
$35. $36.
Oh, not the first time. He's overscrewed the cue ball. And now he'll have to fight to hold the cue ball for his next red. I'm not sure he can. His other option there would have been just to screw back a couple of inches to leave himself straight on the pink to the right centre to push through for one of the two reds above it. But now he's got to completely rethink this. Could be that he takes a cue ball in and out of bulk to come back down towards the reds. Try to dolly the black in. He's misjudged that one as well. He may have a red to this left corner, but this wasn't the one that he intended to be on.
Well, he seems to have recovered the situation. So the black putting 55 in front, another red and a black should be one each.
$51.
He's certainly become more comfortable the last few years playing the top players. I mean, he'd had wins over them in the past, but he's now a top player, so they look at him differently. Took him a while to get there, but nicely ensconced in the top 16 at 11 in the world. Of course, he's won back-to-back Wuhan Open titles. That's a big ranking event in China.
59. $60. $66. $67. $73.
Chance for a century break here for Zhao Guodong. He's approaching 320 for his career.
$74. $81. $82.
So, no mistake this time. Worth repeating that when they played, it was 3-2 to Zhao Guodong, and he won the decider with a 1-3-6, a lovely break. Well, it's not a century, but Zhao Guodong is still
89.
With that 89 break, levelled the match, the semi-final, at 1 frame apiece. And Matt Selt looking likely to do the same against Kyren Wilson. Yeah, 32 in front, 25 on. Wilson playing for Snookers. Otherwise it'll be 1-1. I mean, the black is a nice colour to get behind if you can here.
Matt Selt, a player that knows this game inside and out, tactically very aware, and that's a great one.
Yeah, frame considered.
Yeah,
frame
and Kyren Wilson, unsurprisingly, didn't find it too appetising. So, yeah, 1 apiece in both matches. After what was a very keenly contested group phase, it's hardly surprising that already these matches are close. I'm sure the final will follow a similar pattern. We've got, of course, Tom Ford, Elliot Slessor and Sir Jarway already in the winners group. We're not here tomorrow, by the way, because, of course, we'll make way for the Masters in the calendar, but we'll be back on January the 19th. So we've got 3 groups that week, groups 5, 6 and 7. The winners group, February 10 and 11, when our champion will be crowned. Frame 3, and Zhao Guodong is levelled at 1 each with that 89 break. And it was important, I think, because after the first frame, you know, if he'd have broke down and Robertson pips him again, suddenly it's a long way back.
Just playing that break off with extra pace there to come back off the bolt cushion meant that that red that's often left potable has gone back towards the pack of reds. Well, mimicking the great Walter Lindrum there, the legendary billiards champion of Australia. I actually think Neil caught the wrong red first there. Catching the brown means that this red to the left corner is very possible for Zhao Guodong. He'd be disappointed to miss it. Can play for the blue around the angles.
One.
A little pacey for the blue. It's a slightly trickier pot to the centre, but positionally it probably holds more value than the yellow. Big question.
3.
Does the black pot to the left corner? It would make a massive difference if it did. Pink, as you can see there, doesn't pot to the right corner. Well, if the black is that tight, I wouldn't suggest playing for it if you have to be that accurate, unless you're right in behind the black and close to it. It's a risk. Well, That's what he's played. He's played to get close to the black and right in behind it, and he has. That doesn't mean this pot is easy. Well, this is the key shot coming up. That's an angle to go into the reds. He could still roll through for a red to the left corner, but it does appear he's going into them. But just a delicate cannon.
19. $20. $27. $28. $35. $36.
Well, he certainly made the running, hasn't he, in this match? I mean, he could have won the first frame, probably should have done. He did win the second, and he's in nicely in the third.
Oh, there appears to be a red in the middle of those 5 that will pot to this corner pocket, and that's ideal because it brings into play the 2 reds just to the left of it, which then become potable to the left corner.
Yeah, this is starting to look like a golden frame winning chance now.
Purposely held the pink spot, so the pink will now go on to the next highest available spot, in this case the brown spot. Once this red's removed, just look at the position of the others.
$51. $58.
It's interesting watching Zhao Guodong break build. He doesn't take any positional risks. He's very clever with the cannons that he plays. Judd Trump would probably play power shot to get the reds open early on in a break, but Zhao Guodong is probably more in the mould of a Mark Williams and just chips a few out and plays a few little delicate gallons.
Well, that red should be frame ball, so another nice contribution this.
$74. 75.
It's all very nicely done, stylishly done.
$83.
As much as we enjoy watching great recovery pots, of course players don't want to be playing them. They want to be just nicely in position. And he has been all through this break.
$90.
So possible 1-4-1 on. Of course the high break, the £500 prize,
$91.
is going to be won by Matt Selt unless someone else in the next hour or so makes a maximum.
$98.
Well, again, it's not quite a century, but he's had breaks of 89 and 98 to take the lead in this semi-final. So Zhao Guodong, that one slip up in the first frame was punished, but other than that, he's looked really solid, really good, and he has taken the lead. The other semi-final is Kyren Wilson, Matt Selt, 1 apiece. Selt 43 in front here. Looks like he's lost position in frame 3. Just rolling to this black.
Selt 37.
They played earlier today, first on table 2, and Selt won 3-0. He had a couple of big breaks, a couple of centuries in that. But as I say, the feel, the mood of the matches always seems to change when we get into the playoffs. The straight knockout semi-finals and final is more what the players are used to. It just seems to bring a bit more edge to it.
Well, that's a super shot there from Kyren. That Selt could play off the reds next to the black, but he wants to keep it tied up with the advantages as he has in this frame. And that's a superb safety shot. Snookering Kyren on all reds.
Well, that continues on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, of course, but can Zhao Guodong get this one? Can Neil Robertson force a decider? We'll find out here in frame 4. 2-1-2 Zhao Guodong, playing for a place in the final of Group 4 of the Championship League here at the Mattioli Arena.
Wow, what a pop from Zhao Guodong that was. Such a consistent player these days. Something you always search for as a professional snooker player is consistency. And he certainly has that now. Now, I'll presume that he'll stun up for the blue to the left centre from this red. don't think the red closest to the black will pot into the left corner. But could he leave himself
6
high on one of the reds just above the black to cannon that red away from it? Pointing his Q-tip to suggest that the red next to the black may be pottable. Not often you see Zhao Guodong go into the reds that way, but it looks as though he's okay. And the good news is, from his point of view, he's brought the pink out into a pottable position. Now, if he's on the red just above the black, he may well have the angle to cannon that red away from the black and play for the black into the same pocket. It's a common enough shot that comes up on the practice table, but Zhao Guodong doesn't take risks like that very often. I can see from that angle it's absolutely perfect to play it. It's potentially a match winner because if he plays it well, I can't see any obstacles for him in terms of winning frame and match from here.
Yeah, certainly based on how he's played in this match, indeed over the 4 days he's played some terrific stuff. His scoring has been good. Oh dear.
26.
That is not what he wanted at all.
He didn't need to play for the black. He could have played that with a little left-hand side and got nicely on the blue to the right centre. The other thing was, he seemed to play that with such a long bridge. Is he taking the blue on? Wow, what a big shot this is. Huge. Can he knock it in? No, long way off. It's very difficult to get the mind right to prepare yourself to play a shot like that because of the disappointment of not being on the black.
Selt has gone 2-1 up against Kyren Wilson in the other semi-final.
7.
Well, this one could easily have been over. But for Zhao Guodong, snooking himself off the black, took the blue on. It was a big shot. He didn't really threaten the pocket though.
This very situation here,
15.
is great practice for Neil Robertson ahead of his match at the Masters on Wednesday night with Ronnie O'Sullivan, which will be a fascinating match because that match could be won in the mind as much as anywhere else. Of course, ability will dominate at the end of the day, but psychologically it's a test for both players.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting. I think one factor as well is it's a night match, and it's definitely different at the Masters in the evening to the afternoon. The afternoon is a bit more polite and genteel. The night isn't. And of course Ronnie O'Sullivan is going to get, let's just be honest, most of the support. So Neil Robertson, I'm sure, will be prepared for that, but he has to cope with it on the night.
Yes, the other thing is, Dave, I wonder if it's a chance for the London crowd to get some of their own back because of the Ashes result.
Well, Neil Robertson will be delighted if it's as one-sided on Wednesday night as the Ashes were, his country's favour.
This red to the right corner will do Neil Robertson a lot of favours because those two reds to the left of this one will then become potable into the left corner.
32.
And that red that's just below the pink, I'm sure will also pot into the left corner.
$39. 40. $47. 48. 55.
Well, it wasn't the missed blue so much as not landing on the black that caused this frame to swing away from Zhao Guodong and towards Neil Robertson, who now needs one more red for 2-2 and a deciding frame finish to the semi-final.
$63. 64.
He's straight enough on the blue just to run through for the red to the left corner. I'm certain it pots. Frame will be safe. It already is safe. 38 ahead, just 35 remaining. Blue to follow, of course, as a minimum.
Yeah, we're going all the way.
69.
I know you've got to depart shortly, Dom, but what's your prediction for the decider?
Well, marginally Neil Robertson, he has the momentum, and this break will give him confidence.
Yeah, it just feels that Zhao Guodong has played the better in the match, but he's not won the match yet. And, well, 43 behind snookered.
69.
I suspect he's seen enough.
The frame.
Yeah, he has conceded, so it is 2-2, and very shortly we will have the decider for you. Now Matt Selt at the table early on here. He's 2-1 up with an early chance to certainly build a lead in the frame. He needs to win the match against Kyren Wilson. does always seem to play well at the Championship League, Matt Selt. I was saying that to him this
14.
morning because he had the maximum yesterday, but I know he likes the environment here. But of course, he did reach the semi-finals of the Scottish Open just before Christmas.
15.
Chris Wakelin beat him there, but maybe something's just starting to happen for him this season.
$22. $23.
Peter rejoins us for the rest of the evening, and well, yeah, good timing, Peter, ready for the decider between Robertson and Zhao Guodong. I was just saying though to Dominic, it always feels at this point, we've seen it already this week, that you can tell it's sort of become more serious. Straight knockout, you could afford fewer mistakes.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot more cautious attitude. But he's a... Matt Selt is a
31.
fierce competitor. He has his faults, does Matt, but you cannot fault his determination.
Yeah, and he's a terrific player as well when he gets in the zone.
Yeah, and he seems to really like this Championship League format. Just playing match, hanging around, playing another match. He really gets into it, really gets his teeth into it.
Yeah, he was determined to get in. He got knocked out, of course, in the German qualifiers, and I know he was asking, you know, where am I on the list, and he actually was very high up. Hence, he got his place. So he wanted to come down and play in it before going back to Sheffield to try and qualify for the Welsh Open.
39.
Just waiting for the players on table one to... I think Neil Robertson is the player waiting for. We're back over there. In fact, he's just coming back, so Matt Selt going well, but let's go to the decider. 2-2 between Neil Robertson and Zhao Guodong here for a place in the Group 4 final at the Championship League. Zhao Guodong it is to get us underway.
Yeah, and it's not a bad break off. Now, does this outside red slip right through the gap into the corner pocket? No, but just a safety and pretty good length. Having a phenomenal season so far, Neil Robertson. Love to cover that red with the yellow. It's down the table, but he hasn't managed it. And he brought the white off the cushion a little bit further than he would have liked. Yeah, no, that is super attacking. He's got Neil in quite a bit of trouble. Pretty good. I can tell you though, Dave, I was in the practice room area there, and Kyren Wilson came out after the third frame and switched cues. He's not in a very good headspace at the moment, as far as that's concerned.
No, I mean, that's a worry, isn't it? It's one thing to change cues from one tournament to another. It's one thing to change cues within a tournament, but within a match, that's not good to hear. And of course he's not got long. He plays Tuesday afternoon at the Masters to try and, you know, work out which cue to use.
Yeah, it's a worrying sign, I'm afraid. Who's he playing again?
Sergio Way, who of course won Group 3 here.
Happy with that. Thinks the table drifted off slightly. But has he left anything? At first glance I would say no. He has got a red into the middle pocket, but he's got to play it confidently if he's going to go for it, try and get back out of balk. In fact, does it pass into the yellow pocket? Yeah, the answer's yes. Has it held up? The answer's no. Yeah, no, it looks like it's going to be just a tickle up behind the green, unless he's feeling ultra confident for the long blue, but...
Oh dear, well, he hasn't got behind the green. It's
wow.
a bit of a shambles, that, really.
That is an absolute horror shot. Now, can Neil punish him? He's normally deadly from this kind of range.
Just while we wait, Matt Selt's going to be the first man into the final. He's over the line against Kyren Wilson 3-1, so the change of cues. Well, I'm not sure how many shots Kyren Wilson even had in that frame, but Matt Selt, he's just doing the business there, so he will have a few minutes to wait to see who he plays as Robertson lines this up. How big a mistake was that from Zhao Guodong? Well, in the end, not too close with the pot.
Yeah, nowhere near. Very, very unlike Neil. Yeah, and I'm a little bit surprised that he didn't like fully commit to it and try and just basically stop it for the blue. He was obviously playing the screw back to balk or for a balk colour, which made the shot a lot harder, but didn't even threaten the pocket now. Is this a plant? Well, I'm going to say yes. Can he get on a colour? Now, can he see the yellow?
One.
If not, the brown is definitely on. Yeah, you always try and... Sometimes you try and hedge your bets on those long pots, screwing back to ball, but he's left the plant anyway, so might as well have fully committed to it in the first place. Yeah, and the brown is in.
Five.
great chance where the colours are at the moment. He'd like to really be able to get the pink back on its spot, I guess. Having to concentrate on the ball colours for now.
9.
Well, did he try and develop the blue there? I think he probably did, knowing he'd be on a ball colour worst ways. Can he? Has he got the angle? Just a stunning behind this pink into the middle pocket.
14.
If not, he's going to have to really work the cue ball. Yeah, I think he's okay. So just trying somewhere right on the cushion in line with the pink. Oh, wow.
Zhao Guodong, 14.
Yeah, he didn't hit that one well.
No, he took a long time to play it, didn't he? And as you say, in the end, didn't play it well. So, a bit nervy in the early stages of this decider.
Yeah, no damage done because the red has gone safe. I'm not really sure what sort of a shot Neil Robertson can play here. He could just trickle the white to the right hand side cushion or just roll up to the red in line with the black. Either way, it's a negative safety. Could get a little bit of a stalemate going here because no one will want to leave that red over the right hand corner. We could even be heading for a re-rack here. Yeah, you don't want to put all this effort into playing all these group games just to play one silly shot and throw the match away. Yeah, I think they should set these up, Dave.
Well, like you say, the red on the left hand, on the right hand side, complicating things. There's 15 points in it. It's not huge, I suppose. Neil Robertson still doing his stretches, hoping that he'll be in the final.
sure what he's exactly eyeing up here. Is he trying to drop it on top of the blue cue ball? Yeah, I don't know why they won't just give each other a glance and set these balls up. This is going nowhere.
I wonder Dominic left. He's not missing a lot, is he?
He's probably told him to do this.
Yeah, I mean, at some point the referee, of course, can have a word and suggest the re-rack or 3 shots each or whatever.
Can we?
It just doesn't seem likely to be heading anywhere.
Wake me up, Dave, when they've set him up. He's back looking at this shot. Yeah, I don't know why they both just didn't offer it straight away. I mean, the colours are awkward anyway, aren't they? There's not, it's like any great deal of difference. Now, has he played that hard enough not to leave the red?
Well, now Neil Robertson's delighted he didn't offer or suggest the re-wrap.
Not if he plays it back into the side of those reds. Now, can he cut this in and somehow get on a colour? Good job he did his stretches. Well, if that stops, he's on the pink. Is he on the pink?
1.
Is he on the pink? Is he on the black? Yeah, I'm not sure he is on that now, looking from that angle. It looks like he might be able to pot it from that camera angle. I think he's going to play the long green. Yeah, I think he's going to play the long green. He's got to get it though. The balls are now open. This has to go. Well, when I said he'd play the long green, didn't expect him to play it like that.
What?
A long drag from long range. What a shot that was. Now can he pop this and get himself down the table on one of those reds near the black?
5.
But yeah, what an error from Zhao Guodong. Now I think we'll see Neil try and screw down the table for one of the 2 reds near the black knowing he's got other options if he doesn't get on it. Yeah, this looks pretty good. Wants it to just pull up now. Oh, wow. A fraction too hard.
How annoying, all that room he had to get on the red, and it's finished there.
Yeah, if it just pulls up a fraction sooner, he can pot the red, free the black. Now, does he still fancy it? I presume it's going nowhere near the middle pocket, the cue ball. Wow, but he's missed the red and he's left it. That was very unfortunate from Neil Robertson's point of view. Now the red on the right hand side is easier position, but this one's an easier pot.
He was up quickly, wasn't he? But anyway, it's finished pretty nice for Zhao Guodong, but there just seems to be a few nerves in the air.
Yeah, this is a good chance though now. Those four reds are really nicely positioned. Just needs one good cueing shot here. And that's good enough.
5.
Just got to be careful here that he doesn't hit this slightly too soft and not come out far enough for the black. Yeah, absolutely perfect.
6.
Yeah, I fear the worst for Neil.
Yeah, I mean, Zhao Guodong has played well in this match. He's just, in the odd point, come a cropper, but he's got himself where he wants to be now.
13.
Yeah, he's 19 in front and he's got a fairly straightforward 24 points to follow. Oh my word.
Zhao Guodong, 13.
Well, shades of the semi-final actually against Zhao, which he also could have won the other night. He lost that 3-2, and this was, well, just a straight red that he's missed.
Wow, that was bordering on unmissable. I mean, Neil almost certainly won't win the frame from here, but he'll be absolutely over the moon that he's going to actually hit the front in points in a couple of shots' time. Has he come a little bit too straight? The red touching the pink goes up into the green pocket, but I don't think it goes anywhere else, and Neil's overhit that slightly.
24.
Now, can he pot this? screw off the other red and back for the black. Well,
25.
it sneaked in through the side door. Oh, that's a fabulous shot. Look at the positional shot there.
32.
13 in front, so still needs all 3 reds. Yeah, now if you could get onto the left-hand side cushion, he could probably have a free go at the second to last red, knowing the pink is where it is. Oof. He's sneaking these in. But has that gone far enough? I'm not convinced it has.
No, I mean the angle can be distorting on screen, but it looks like it's end of break. Leads by 21.
You're Robertson 40.
Yeah. Zhao Guodong cannot believe he's 21 behind. He should have been 40 or 50 in front. Doesn't want to kiss the red full ball, it's over the pocket.
Well, he had enough chances to win 3-0. He had chances in the decider, the golden one when he was in. Will he get any more?
Well, if this goes in, no, but it must be tight. Still needs a good shot. Oh, in fact, he sneaked it in off the other red, and what about that kiss on the blue?
Yeah, but you know, Zhao Guodong, I'm sure he won't complain, and he can't, because you know he had it won, really, or so it seemed.
Yeah, he's going to be kicking himself all the way to the alley pally. So just this simple red
6
for the match. A match I'm almost certain he thought he'd lost 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, I mean, Robertson, he's a very positive guy. I don't think personally he's played his best snooker over the 2 days, but he'll certainly take the positives if he can win the final against Selt. He'll be in the winners group, another couple of days to look forward to, go to the Masters with wins under his belt.
Yeah, and every credit. That's the secret. Most of these top players win when they play well. So you've got to win when you're not quite at it, and that's exactly what he's done.
Yeah, I just think it's not that he's played badly, he just hasn't scored maybe as heavily as some of the other players here, but he's in the final, and he'll have to be favourite because he's Neil Robertson. Selt's played superbly, but it's a final, and that's where the Robertsons of this world usually come to the fore. We're going to find out, because he's over the line now.
19.
Zhao Guodong had his chance, but for the second group in a row, he's lost in a decider in the semi-final. He'll have to try his luck in Group 5 in a week's time. But it is Neil Robertson who puts away the 5th frame, the deciding frame of this semi-final. He beat Zhao Guodong 3-2. So our final then is Neil Robertson against Selt for a place in the winners group, and that will get underway in about 5 minutes' time.
It's Joshua Filler with an absolute dominating win. Moritz Neuhausen is your new Premier League pool winner.
Elisha Schaap makes the ultimate statement. What a journey Paulo Biardo he's made to the pinnacle of a sport. Elisha Schaap has completed a terrific transatlantic double. He didn't want to jump on the table in Florida, but he can't resist this time. Aloysius, you are a superstar.
The breakthrough has come for Pius Lamutus.
Team Asia, they've won the Reyes Cup again.
David Alcade, it's your turn again, buddy.
Can you believe it? An absolute nightmare for Tyler Steyer. Europe have won the Moscone Cup.
I'm Barry Hearn, president of Matchroom Sport.
Talk to me. I'm Eddie Hearn, the chairman of Matchroom Sport.
My son and heir, I call him my project. He's good, but he's not yet great. I'm fucking watching you.
We are the biggest sports promotional company in the world.
Matchroom started as a £100 company and now worth north of £1 billion.
Look at what the old man has done. I never wanted to work for my dad, but you have to play the hand you're dealt.
Eddie, he has ego. It's a weakness, and I won't give up control until I'm sure he's ready.
Boxing is an important element of the revenue stream, but only an element. We've got the greatest snooker player to ever play the game.
The biggest profit earner is darts.
There's no business that has the drama.
If I found out you knew about it, you're done.
The ego. Jesus Christ. What is that? The aggravation.
Oh, shit! You need fair judges next time.
The most important thing for my dad is winning. The world's come crashing down on us. I mean, what's going to make you feel better?
Please, could I get a packet of pickled onion Monster Munch?
We need to talk about Conor Bennett. We need to get him back in a ring.
Yeah! How you getting on with Jake Paul?
He's taken a number of shots at me.
Come talk.
And I ain't going to back down.
Show me what you've got.
I'm going to make our company
bigger and better
than ever.
Let's go!
Global domination.
Nothing less.
I still don't understand why the shirt's off.
So, it's the final of Group 4 of the BetVictor Championship League. We've had a lot of snooker played over the last 2 days to get this far. Neil Robertson winning that decider there against Zhao Guodong. Selt beating Kyren Wilson 3-1 in the other semi-final. Selt won 3-2 in the group phase. in all meetings between them, and a lot of them have been in this Championship League actually. It's actually 6-all between them, so Selt's got quite a few wins over his old sparring partner to call on. Matt Selt's had 6 centuries over the last 2 days. Now, bearing in mind, coming in, he'd only actually had 3 all season. So he's doubled his tally for the season here over the last 2 days. Including the maximum, of course, last night.
Wow, that does shock me. Only 3 centuries. Yeah, pretty good scorer, Matt Selt, when he plays well.
Well, funnily enough, Peter, 2 of the previous 3 were in the Summer Championship League, the ranked event. So he seems to just score well here, basically.
Doesn't fear playing these top players. He's a confident character, is Matt. Loose safety. Yeah, looks like he's just playing safe, trying to open the black up. And the white down the table behind the green. Just a little bit short of pace, but still a nice confident shot. Sure, if the black was available into the left-hand pocket, Neil would be taking this on red on. Not easy to get on a colour. Wow, he's actually hit the wrong side of the red there.
Oh, Matt, what's the chair changed? Going to hurt his back, he said. Well, it's the same chair's been there.
Yeah.
Well, since the start of the Championship League, basically. But, well, there we go. That's a first. Well, I've never seen this before, ever. He's carrying the chair out the arena.
That's a big trophy.
Well, we've been here 8 days, and maybe everyone's just gone mad. Maybe that's the answer.
He said it's going to hurt my back, so surely the secret is just stay at the table.
But these chairs, Peter, they're literally since the first year of the Championship League, they all been the same chairs.
If he comes back in with a rocking chair, I'll pay him respect to that.
Here we go. Well, he's got one from the other table. I mean, I don't see that's any different to the one he was sat in, but anyway.
Is this one of those where the electric ones where they help you out of it?
Yeah, that could be it, maybe. Well, there we go. Hopefully he's comfortable now.
Oh, I could do with changing this chair.
Never seen the like of that before. I like the way he said, "Don't worry, I'll do it," as if the referee was expected to lug it out of the arena.
Yeah. Let's hope he likes this one. He does look comfy. Now, can Neil? I think he's snooker, but can he get off the side cushion and... Oh, I'm going to say, can he get in behind the brown, but he can see the pink. Yeah, that's a pretty good safety. Blocked off the left-hand side with the green and blue. He's trying to screw the white back into ball here, and these reds could go anywhere. Yeah, could go anywhere. One's gone over the middle. Can he see it? No, it's not bad, I don't think. Just gone far enough down so Neil can't pot it. Trying to see where he can leave the cue ball to cover that red into the middle and leave the white tight on the cushion. Has he fluked it? Is it over the pocket? It's over the pocket. Can he see it?
Doesn't seem like it from his expression.
Yeah, looking play possibly a billiard shot off one of the other balls, screw off it, pot this red, come out onto the pink. Oh, he's mishit it though, he's double kissed it. Now, has he left it? I don't think he has. This is a strange start to the final. There's balls flying all over the place. I don't think... Yeah, this red will squeeze past the other one. Yeah, I didn't think it would. I'm very surprised Neil played that shot. That was far too close to the pocket to squeeze that past it. Surely something for Selt here.
I think it's worth making the point, though, this is actually the first match he's played on this table. Played all these group matches and the semi-final on table 2.
Well, that is a poor shot from Matt, I'm afraid. This is a easy starter for Neil Robertson. Yeah, thinks he can squeeze this black past the red over the pocket. Good. So a great chance for Neil. You just got to be a little bit careful with this shot. Doesn't want to play on this red and then knock it out of the way, so yeah, that's why he's decided to play it firmer to knock it out of the way.
16.
Yeah, he'd like to get that red to the left of the black move now, because it's right in the way of where he'd want the cue ball if he was trying to pot the black. Seems to have slowed down a little bit here, Neil. Yeah, you often find though when players slow down a little bit and try and be a little bit too cautious, and that's when they make elementary mistakes.
Yeah, the danger is if you start looking for problems, you'll find one. I mean, obviously there's a balance to be drawn between sort of not rushing into shots, but equally not taking so long that you sort of lose your natural rhythm.
Yeah, that is the red he wanted moving. Now he'd love to move the red below the black, but at least now he can get his bridge hand in to play the black into the right hand corner. That's a bonus that the black pot's in both pockets. I think we'll see him just run through surely and then take the red that's underneath the black out of the way. Now this is a big chance.
Yeah, a player who really should have lost that semi-final, but that's not his problem. Zhao Guodong didn't put him away. A year ago, of course, he got in the Masters as the 17th man because Ronnie O'Sullivan withdrew at the last minute.
47. But
this year, he goes there #1 on the one-year list. Things completely transformed.
14.
Yeah, he's had a glittering career, Neil Robertson. I think the only thing you could really say about him is, and it's a strange thing to say, is that he's never really performed at the World apart from being the champion once.
No, I mean, when he goes there this year, it will have been 12 years since he reached the semi-finals last, which seems incredible considering all the tournaments he's won in the meantime. So, red and a colour needed to take this first frame. Matt Selt had the chance. He heard his reaction to missing that red. He was absolutely disgusted.
Yeah, it was a bad miss. strikes here from Neil. This black will leave Matt leading 2 snookers. Yeah, and that's the one, and that's a nicely controlled shot to leave the red next to the green into the yellow pocket. Oh, in fact, he's playing the other one, is he? Oh no, he's playing that one, yep. And that's definitely game over. That'll keep Matt Selt in his new chair.
Well, at least it's comfortable, I guess.
Yeah, now after all those early misses and poor shots, he's one cannon away from starting the final with a ton.
17.
Screw off this. Well, I thought I would have taken the blue and just screwed into the 3 reds. Wow. Is it a plant? Does the outside red go? Yeah, it was a plant all along.
Robertson's had 2 centuries in this group. But already the suggestion is he's going to produce his best performance of the group in the final. He's already stepped it up, hasn't he? He wasn't particularly eye-catching in the semi, he did enough, but now suddenly first frame black for the century.
Yeah, impressive.
100.
Takes his tally for the season to 36. Mark Selby's made the most, 40.
Yeah, impressive stuff.
Thoroughly punishing the unexpected Matt Selt error.
Yeah, and this makes, as a player, this makes you feel a lot worse knowing these could and should have all been your points.
Yeah, I mean, Selt, of the 2 of them, has played the better snooker in the group, but in the final tends to be where the established winners come to the fore, and Neil Robertson is certainly that. So great start for him. The Australian with a clearance of 134 to take the opening frame of this Group 4 final. Mentioned Mark Selby there, he's due to come in Group 5 when we return the week after the Masters with Wu Yize and Stuart Bingham. We've got the likes of Jack Lazowski, Zhang Anda, Jack Jones, Leipei Fan, Jimmy Robertson also coming in that week, and of course at the end of it we'll have our 7 players for the winners group, which is middle of February. That Selt of course can still get there, but he's seen already that Robertson has stepped it up. Now we're in the final, can't afford any more errors like the one he made. Just a reminder, this final best of 5, of course, like all the other matches.
Yeah, I think Matt has really got to hit back straight away in this match to have any chance. Can't afford a poor break-off shot here. And it's pretty good. Seen a lot of that this week, just the white being dropped onto the black cushion for safety. Now is Matt opening the black up? He is. So still feeling good. Is it £300 a frame, Dave, at this stage?
Yeah. Yeah, and the winner gets 3,000, the runner-up 2.
Yeah, so great money.
Plus obviously all the money they've earned along the way in the group.
Yeah, he's picked out a nice plant as Matt Selt, and he's nicely on the brown into the centre. The black's open because Matt just opened it up. So it's a chance. Gotta just make sure he takes a little bit of care with this. Easy to push this brown a little bit thick. Yeah, struck it well. Nice shot. So a chance to redeem himself. Reds are nicely spread. Going to require a couple of delicate cannons to get the cue ball into position. Yeah, but has he come a little bit straight on this? Is he thinking about running round off a couple of cushions and back into the open? Or can he just stun it up off one? Could stun it up, and he couldn't have played that any better. Yeah, just stunned past those reds. Yeah, he's controlling them well.
35.
Now, has he come a little bit too off straight? Does he need to cannon that red on the way past? Is that why he's going back for the blue? Yeah, it was. Has he got up there? Or has it come too straight? It's not disastrous if he has. He can just screw back it. It doesn't mean he's going to have to play his next red from further away, but shouldn't be a problem. Take the
41.
Third red directly up to the right, off the cushion and back out. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, this is more in keeping with how he's played to get to the final. As I say, though, all his matches he played on the other table.
Felt quite nicely for him. He could just put that black and screw back in a dead straight line to make the cannon hold for this red in the middle. Now he's probably one good positional shot away from taking the frame. It to keep going.
55.
Yeah, I think he's come up a little bit short. Didn't really want to have to play any cannons. Has it got there? I think it might just have got there. If it has, it can run off the side cushion and back across this side of the table. Power.
61.
That's a pretty good shot. He'll be happy with that. Just one more red and black. We'll leave Neil needing a snooker.
Neil Robertson, who made 134 in the opening frame.
Not as young as he used to be.
No, but he's on the black, which is all that matters right now. That's the ball he needs effectively to make it one each.
With that though, it's just one snooker for Neil Robertson, and he is definitely going to come back to the table. That's a clever little shot though from Matt. Just played off the red next to the pink and knocked the black onto the cushion. Good shot, good thinking. I think Neil had a go at that red and he missed it by quite a way. Yeah, I think if I was Neil now I'd be sending another I'd be sending another red down the table, white down towards the black. Isn't going to get reds and blacks with the balls going down there. I was a little bit surprised by Neil's first shot, because he definitely doesn't want the balls down the bottom end of the table. Now is he having a go at this red? I think if he is, he's probably planning on conceding if it doesn't go in. Six though, if he takes the blue, then he needs a snooker and 4 reds, 4 blacks to tie. This is not a right lot of use to him, I'm afraid. That clever shot that Selt played to put the black safe has probably secured him this frame. You know, I think if anything here, Neil should probably pot this blue and try and get the snooker behind the brown, as opposed to trying to pot a few balls. He probably won't miss the snooker, Selt, but at least it'll get the ball back down this end of the table. Yeah, he's having a look now to see if he can get the black out, but I think it'd be better getting the snooker. Expect Selt to miss this, but you never know. Stranger things have happened.
They have, but like you say, putting the black on the top cushion certainly helped his cause.
I didn't think Matt would have a go at this. That. Now will Neil try and clip off this red and get the black off the cushion? It's a bit of a risk. Well, that is definitely what he played, and he's made a complete hash of it.
Yeah, so if Selt can just drop this in the middle, then It's surely one each.
Bless you.
The size of that rest. Seven.
Yeah, just putting a few balls now.
10.
Definitely going one each.
11.
So Matt Selt played a good frame, and he's got it won to level this Group 4 final at 1 apiece. Both players needing 2 frames from here to put themselves in the winners group. Yeah, I mean, he sort of likes to, you know, sort of do his own commentary at times. Matt, he's quite an emotional character in the arena, but shouldn't disguise what a terrific player he is, and he was very happy to make his first maximum, of course, last night. First in competition, made many in practice, but to join that list, the 18th this season, still in early January, so just one wonders exactly how many we will have by the end of the campaign.
Yeah, and I spoke to Matt about that, and he was absolutely delighted. In fact, I've never seen him so cheerful.
Yeah, a bit like Chris Wakelin, you know, he made his first as well, and okay, it's not a big crowd here or anything like that, but it's still a special moment to make the first. Because he would have got close so many times, of course. So 1 each, Neil Robertson to break in frame 3.
We'll see him play thick off the reds. It'll be the red just up and to the right of the black. Yeah, he's overhit it by quite a way, but no damage done, I don't think. That would have been if he was playing Xintong, but I don't think Neil will go for this red. It was just drop the white on the black cushion again. Oh no, he could get it thin enough. Although he took a bit of a risk. Nudging that red out now. Can Matt have a go at this and miss the cannon on the red and black coming back down the table? Or has he got to catch the pot too thin for that to happen? Well, it looks like he's eyeing up another plant. He won the frame, the last frame off a plant. Has he found another? He thinks he has. And he has. Excellent shot. Loves the plant, Dave.
Yeah, and he'll have loved that kiss as well on the green. Yeah, it was well dug out, and so just looking to carry on from where he left off in the last frame.
Yeah, and finding that plant, he's opened a few reds up as well. Excellent shot.
4.
Now can he punish him again? To go into the pack at some point, but I don't think it'll be now. Rather do it with his hand fully on the table. Yeah, he's striking it well.
12.
Yeah, chance to build a useful lead. Just screwing in between the reds and black.
19.
Well, he's picked these reds off, but soon he's going to have to get into them, and that will determine, I guess, whether he's going to win the frame at this visit or not.
Yeah, he's got two more out in the open here, and possibly the red at the bottom left of the pack may pot in the middle pocket. If not, it's 2 or 3 more shots and then he has to get into those reds. Now he seemed a little disappointed there, like maybe he'd had a heavy contact, but it seems to be absolutely perfect. Now if that red doesn't go in the middle, it'll probably pot this blue, land high on the black, off the cushion and into the reds. Looking exactly where he wants the white to land, so he can reach his next pot and leave the perfect angle to bust those reds open.
White, please. It's a hair and white.
Crucial 2 shots coming up. can only think then that the red to the left at the bottom of the pack does pot in the middle, because that angle is not good enough to split the reds up for sure. Yeah, most players don't like splitting the reds up to the last minute, but he's got no choice now, so it's going to be pot this red in the middle, low on the black, to stun straight up into the reds. He's missed the pot.
Yeah, so we'll never know what sort of split he would have got. 48 the lead.
Now will Neil have a go at this red into the green pocket? Can only leave the one he's playing. Wow, that could not have been any closer. But he'll be happy with the outcome, forcing Matt Selt to open these reds up. Gotta be careful. Surely not another plant. He's not Alan Titchmarsh. No, in fact, doesn't want to open the reds, so just dropping in the side of them. Yeah, Neil will be going thin off these and just cue ball back to balk. Where's the green going? The ref's missed it. He's not seen it. He's had enough.
Oh, Matt's helping him out.
Oh, Dominic wouldn't be happy with that. Don't touch the balls, he says. It's in the rules.
Except it's not.
He said it's in Dom's rules.
Yeah, we don't play by those rules, though. It's certainly frowned upon.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Matt is going to look at here. Has he spotted something? Does he think he can knock the black onto the cushion again? Can he clip this in? I'm not really sure what he's playing. Yeah, obviously thought he could clip that in. But again, no damage done. Or is there? Could Neil have a go at this red into the right and black pocket? It'd be some shot. Doesn't want the black to go safe, and I'm afraid it has. Yeah, Matt Selt is reluctant to play off the reds, just doesn't want to open them up at all. That's a clever shot from Neil. He's just opened the pink up. Matt can't see the red on the left-hand side cushion, so is he going to play to just leave the white on this black cushion? No advantage really to playing that shot, but will it get him out of trouble? That's what he's played now. I think the shot might be get this red on the left hand side cushion back out in the open and send the white down behind the brown and green. That a little bit thin, and he's been a little bit fortunate that when the white has clipped the green, it's made its way to the baulk cushion. Well, Matt was on the move there whilst he was delivering the cue.
I think we're just seeing in this final Matt Selt getting a bit animated, which he hasn't really been doing in the group phase, but it is a final. A bit more pressure. He's overcut this though massively.
Yeah, that was a terrible shot because it wasn't even that thin.
Well, it seems likely he's done the frame, we'll see, but Selt's already got a good lead.
Yeah, I don't know what's happened there. Yeah, that's not the best shot Matt has ever played. He's got a straightforward blue on, but he's left himself hampered, and he's the wrong side of it, so he needs a good shot to get round the table, and Matt really has to win the frame at this visit where the balls are. I mean, surely he cannot let Neil off the hook. There'll definitely be a comment though if he doesn't.
Yes, I'm sure there will.
Yeah, he's not out of the woods yet. Still should pot this, but can he get ideally on something? Yeah, that's pretty good. Pretty good.
Pink to lead by 65-75 left, so red and colour to follow for 2-1. Neil Robertson grossly overcut that red to this pocket.
Yeah, so just the blue. Just drop this blue in, no heroics. Not really under any pressure to pot either, because he needs 5 reds, 5 blacks, and the black is safe.
Just like this red in though, because that should stop any playing on, and then Matt Selt will be a frame from winning the group. The pot is everything here. He sort of goes through the walls a bit, doesn't he, within himself, but he's potting the balls in this match. Not potted that one, but should be enough, you would think. And Neil Robertson has conceded. So 2-1 it is to Matt Selt. He will need one more frame to put himself in the winners group here in Leicester and bring the curtain down on a memorable 8 days. Of course, we had a maximum on the very first night, Chris Wakely. We had another one last night from Matt Selt. Over 70 centuries in total between the players, and victory in the groups for Tom Ford, Elliot Slessor and Sergio Way so far. So they'll all be coming back in February. And when we come back, a week on Monday, here to the Mattioli Arena, there's 3 more groups where we will have 3 more qualifiers for that winners group. It'll be played under the same format for more money. And of course the winner, if not already qualified, does get in the Champion of Champions. And that's a routine. If you look at the players through, Tom Ford, Elliot Slessor, Sergio Way, for them, as it stands, they haven't won anything else this season. So that could be a route into a very prestigious event, which will be played here in November. In fact, our commentary position, we can see a big picture of Mark Williams, who's holding the Champion of Champions trophy, not this season, last season. He's been sort of staring at us the whole week, just eyeballing us the whole week, Mark. But anyway, that's it's a very prestigious event. Zhao Guodong was runner-up in that actually last season, and of course Mark Selby beat Judd Trump here this season in the final. And as the name suggests, it's for winners of tournaments throughout the campaign. Neil Robertson played in it. Xintong beat him this season.
Yeah, Neil got a lot to think about. Hasn't really played many good shots since his century in the first frame. He's put a lot of effort in. Nobody wants to lose this final, have to start all over again.
I guess the only good thing, at least it's not tomorrow, you know, there would be a gap. But even so, like you say, you'd rather get your name put through for the winners group.
Yeah, he looks very determined.
I think I said Xintong beat him in the Champion of Champions. It's actually Mark Selby. But anyway, here we go. Can he force the decider?
Yeah, Matt's played 2 really good frames. Is he looking at possibly potting this red and stunning through the gap? I wouldn't have thought so, but you come down to look at something. Maybe look where the black's going when he cans it off this red. Yeah, again, it's not a good safety. How can that Selt clip this red in the corner? Does he think he can miss the other balls? Clearly not. Well, that's a player feeling good about his game. He's played thick off the reds, and he's been very unfortunate that the red has come right on top of the black. Now, can Matt Selt clip this red in that's on the black spot? He certainly can. Good angle on the brown again. He just potted this shot in the second frame, almost identical. Just run it through for the red, just down from the blue. He looks the better player at the moment, Dave.
Yeah, he looks confident. He's got to try and stay in that mindset. He's playing well enough to win this. He's just dealing with that very fact of winning it, I guess.
He's just overrun that a fraction. He may be forced into playing into the pink now. Didn't really want to, but it would open the frame up if he got it. It's a big shot. He's got it. Well, that is very, very unfortunate. The wire somehow flicked off the pink, kissed the red on the black cushion and just stuck on the rail. And the black's got completely tied up, the pink's gone awkward. A good safety shot as well now to try and get Neil in trouble. Looking exactly where he wants to leave the cue ball to make it as difficult as possible for Neil's next shot. Gotta make sure he doesn't going off. Playing off the blue.
No. 17.
Well, you heard the anguished cries. Just flick the yellow, the blue. Went in.
Yeah, 2 cushions now, and he's got to make sure he doesn't overhit this shot, because there is a red up into the yellow pocket if he slightly misjudges it. Is it getting there? Yeah, he's absolutely perfect. He's in good touches, Matt Selt. He's judged the pace of that perfectly now. Neil is looking like he's going to try and open this black area up. Got to be careful that he moves the balls away from the pocket if he does play that. I don't see how he can really risk it. Can't guarantee that all the balls will move. Yeah, so it's thin off this. It's side cushion, side cushion. Try and get it close as you can to the ball cushion. Doesn't want it in the pocket. Well, that was okay actually. That second kiss off the red stopped him from actually leaving an easy chance. It seems a long time since Neil last potted a ball. And the weight goes on, and that red is coming back over the pocket. So, another chance for Matt Selt to build a lead.
Yeah, it just feels Robertson is sort of on the back foot and just, as you say, scratching around, trying to get anything going, and it's not really happening. I mean, he started with that 130 plus break, but since then, nothing really to write home about.
Yeah, nicely controlled. Brown wool pot, so screw down the table. Just trying to land in an area, possibly to put one of those 2 reds into the middle. He's getting a little bit fidgety though, Matt. I think he knows how close he is to the winning line. Started getting down, getting back up, getting back down. Yeah, wasn't really doing that in the previous 2 frames. Just get down, get on with it. And striking the ball lovely.
Yeah, and he was certainly not doing it in the group phase either.
But they're still going in. Yeah, I think this would be big for Matt Selt if he could win this match and get to the finals group. Going into the latter part of the season, he's not had his best season. You know, there's obviously factors to that. Moving abroad recently to Dubai and his change of practice, etc. It's a big upheaval, but there's no doubting he's a fantastic player.
Yeah, I mean, he's had a great grounding, hasn't he, in Essex. Always been a thriving scene there, so he's learnt from some very experienced players.
Yeah, he's very close now. He's only 26 in front, but the reds are not bad. The colours are not great, but the reds are not bad. Yeah, I don't think he's quite made his mind up again. He's up and down. Not sure whether he played that, but he'll certainly take it. Yeah, and I believe Matt's got to shoot straight up to Sheffield for the Welsh Open qualifiers tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, he only got in this actually because he lost in the German Masters qualifiers, so it was kind of a bit of a consolation prize, but he's starting to look like he's making full use of it.
Yeah, and that's a fantastic shot. Absolutely brilliant cueing. Perfect shot to get right side of the blue. Yeah, he'd love to be able to put one of those two reds that's together, because he knows then that that would create a path for the other one. That's what he's played. Yeah, and that looks just about perfect. Now just make sure you get top side of the blue again. Yeah, and he's judging these to perfection at the moment.
Yeah, well, the blue put him 43 in front, so another 3 reds and blues. There's another 18, so 61. That should see him over the line.
26.
Yeah, and what is also has to be said was a very, very tough group. You know, Xintong, the world champion, and Neil Robertson, Kyren Wilson, Gary Wilson, Zhao Guodong, all in the top 16.
Oh yeah, the toughest so far, and it's worth saying as well, in the group phase he did beat both Robertson and Kyren Wilson, just lost out to Zhao Guodong, but of course then beat Kyren Wilson again in the semis, and is now just trying to apply the finishing touches to this final against Neil Robertson.
Yeah, just 4 pots away, and I think this is probably the key one of the 4. If he pots this and gets on the blue, I think he's done it. Is it keeping going? Again, absolutely perfection.
Matt Selt singing the blues here. Pink and black have been tied up, but he's really masterfully made this break. Another blue required. What sort of angles he got on this red? You never really know looking at him, do you? Because he always kind of looks under it, but he's not playing like he's under it. He's playing superbly. Well, he's done well here, so cue ball just travelling a little, but adrenaline, yeah. This is the shot, though, that barring any snookers is going to win him the group. Well done. It's been good stuff. Neil Robertson will play on, I'm sure, but look where the balls are.
Yeah, absolutely magnificent. This break has been absolutely phenomenal. Right side of the blue, almost every shot inch perfect.
Here's the number. Here's the number.
And he's trying to put us out of business as well, David. He's doing his own commentary.
Well, he's done everything. He's carried a chair out the arena, brought another one in. He's done his home commentary, but most importantly, he's played really well. That's the key thing, regardless of anything else. So 61 in front. I mean, we say 59 on, but obviously that's with blacks.
Yeah, now I'm just wondering if Neil could possibly just nudge onto that red that is just above the black, just to leave it more or less touching and nudge the black out into play. As long as he doesn't leave it touching, he should be okay. Yeah. This is, I think, Neil's race is run, I'm afraid. I think this is more or less all over. Don't see any value in Neil trying to come off the side cushion and pop this red, because if he doesn't get a colour, it is over. I would play to just nudge onto that top red and nudge the black out. I don't see the value in this. If this blue doesn't go, it's over.
Yeah, I mean, he needs 3 snookers without a colour.
Yeah, and even if he pots this blue, which is probably odds against in the first place, he's got to find some sort of safety shot, opening all these balls up.
Well, this has to go in.
Well, it was a brilliant pot. Kept his faint hopes alive, but now it's a snooker to set. Feeling this could be Neil's last shot of the match.
Well, he had to open them up. Can't quite be sure where it all finishes.
Well, he will take that. Oh, yeah, he's actually thrown himself a glimmer. If Matt leaves this red, Neil could pot red, black, red, black. Well, maybe there's a bit of life left in this. If Neil can pop this black and get down onto the red, that's near the pink, and he's got a chance of getting red, black, and then laying a snooker on the last red. And might as well leave that out, we'll need it again. He's put all the stuff away just to get it back out again. Told you. It's been a long day, Neil.
Yeah, he'd like it to last a bit longer.
Yeah, he's got to... can't afford to come too far down the table and snooker himself on the red closest to the pink. He's got to pop this and the red-black in this visit. So, Big shot. Yeah. I'm afraid that is probably a little wry smile from that again. He should be just delighted to see he's missed it. I think the red, does the red pass the black? I think it does.
Well, Neil Robertson started the final with a century, but Matt Selt, to his credit, has really applied pressure, and the break he made in this frame was superb because black and pink were completely tied up throughout. Can he just pot this and then that is it? It's done. And it's going in, and Matt Selt is going through to the winners group of the BetVictor Championship League. You can relax now and look forward to those final 2 days in February with a chance to win the tournament, get in the Champion of Champions as well. And bear in mind, he's only in this because he got knocked out of the German Masters. So he's grabbed the opportunity with both hands.
Yeah, every credit. And to be honest, he probably has been the best player over these last couple of days. 6 or 7 centuries and a maximum.
Well, like you said, Peter, you know, it's been a very tough group, hasn't it? You know, we've had some real star names come into it, but he's coped with it all and beaten them, and he's the last man standing. So Matt Selt then defeats Neil Robertson by 3 frames to 1 and becomes the 4th player to reach the winners group of the BetVictor Championship League. He will return next month. Neil Robertson, of course, has the option to come back for Group 5 in a week on Monday. And yeah, he did play well. He can be very proud of firstly making, of course, his first maximum as a professional. But not only that, scoring heavily throughout. And a very assured break in that last frame. We'll be speaking to him. I'll be speaking to him very shortly. He's just making his way over. And I'm sure he'll be more than satisfied with some good wins over top quality opposition in a tournament, as I say, that just a few days ago wasn't actually in. Remember, he joins Tom Ford, Elliot Slessor and Serge Arway. When we return a week on Monday, we've got Mark Selby coming in, the defending champion. In fact, he's won it the last 2 years. Will Yizer and former champion and indeed former world champion Stuart Bingham. We've got the likes of Jack Lazowski, Zhang and Jack Jones, various others coming in as well for that week. So I hope everyone enjoys the Masters. Do stay with us though. We're just waiting for Matt to make his way through, and I'll have a word with him and see what he made of all of that. And Neil Robertson, as I say, can come back for Group 5. So I'm going to just get Matt into position and I will speak to him in about 10 seconds time.
Cheers. Thank you.
Not a bad couple of days. You've won the group, you made a maximum, and you know, a few days ago you weren't even in the tournament, so you must be pretty happy.
Yeah, you know, delighted with with the last couple of days, especially the 147. You know, it was something that I didn't think I'd ever make, and I think playing in the Championship League was really the only opportunity I'm ever going to have, because I very rarely go for them in the ranking events. But yeah, listen, a couple of days, fantastic. You know, I was glued. Me and Ryan Day were sitting in the pub watching the other group, you know, knowing what needed to be done for me to get in it. And, you know, at one stage he was 1-50, Joe O'Connor, to win that match. So, you know, just a miracle to be here. And, you know, I've always loved playing in this event, and, you know, another good performance.
Yeah, and it was a very tough group. You know, there's some real big hitters here. But, you know, you scored really heavily, didn't you? You'd not had the best season in terms of scoring, but that changed here.
Yeah, you know, season-wise, a culmination of... my cue was absolutely knackered. I would say the correct word, but I don't want another fine. And, you know, my technique slowly getting away from me in terms of moving and not putting the hours in. But, you know, this event's always fun. The tables always play well. And, you know, you've got to play well to get through and progress. You know, it's an event where you're not going to get anyone that's worse than you. So it's not like a ranking event where you're trying to defend the victory. You just here every frame I play here, I'm going to win in as little as I can. You know, 1 shot, 2 shots, or whatever in terms of visits. So I've always enjoyed playing this, and I've always played pretty well. So yeah.
And just finally on the maximum, how were you feeling sort of as you were
approaching, you know, at the end of it?
It's funny. Before I come here, I was like, you know, this is always my best opportunity. It's something that I've wanted to do for a long while. You know, I don't want to sound stupid, but it's something that I've always wanted to do. You know, it's a massive thing for me to tick off in terms of my career and how I'm going to view it at the end of it. I felt absolutely fine. You know, I played one good shot off the first black, and then it was just pretty much paint by numbers. You know, I was behind every single ball. I pulled the cue back on the black, and I couldn't see anything. You know, and then I smacked it as hard as I can, and it went in, and my heart started racing. But before then, absolutely nothing, Dave. I was on the yellow, and I was like, you know, here we go. This is it. And you know, luckily it was. Luckily it was.
Fantastic, Matt. Well, well done.
Thanks,
we'll see
Dave.
you again in February, and we will be back here on January the 19th for Group 5 of the BetVictor Championship League.
Cheers.